Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the CubeSat Developers Workshop for 2025. It's great to see you. Great to see everybody. I know the travel has been a little harder this year, so I'm glad everyone's been able to make it out who's here. As always, I like to start, how many people have, let's see, how many people is their first workshop? All right, that's great. I love to see all the new excitement, new faces here working with CubeSats. Okay, how many have been to 5 years of workshop? A couple there. You look around, those are the people you're going to want to start asking questions of when you're in the lobby and you're trying to get insights on what to do with your spacecraft. This is the 22nd annual workshop. How many people have been to 20? Anyone who's been to all 20 or all 22? Sometimes we have a couple. How about 15? You've been 15? There we go. All right, I think Elwood wins today in terms of the hands that I saw. He's also a great person to talk to if you have questions. All right, so welcome. As always, the event would not be possible without our sponsors. I want to start out by thanking our sponsors. This year, our presenting sponsor is Millennium Space Systems. Gold sponsor is Blue Canyon Technologies. Silver sponsors are DHV and Maverick, and our bronze sponsor is ULA. Almost all of our sponsors have exhibit booths, so make sure you go and talk with their representatives during break or some other time when you're out there. All right, other logistical things. We have, as I said, our exhibitors are in the main lobby. Make sure you talk with them during break and thank them for helping support and make this workshop possible, because it really wouldn't be possible without their support. This year, our posters are located on the second floor. So during the break or another time you're walking around, please make sure you get up. They call it the balcony here, but please make sure you get up to that second floor and check out all our posters. As an incentive, there will be some of the coffee and snacks up there as well, so don't feel like you're going to miss out on those because you're staying on the main lobby. So go up and talk with our poster folks. If you haven't been here before, there's another room that's called the Pavilion Room that's adjacent to this. It's set up with round top tables, and there's going to be a live stream in there so you can hear what's being presented. It's also a place where you can go if you want to get out of the sun for your snacks and your lunches and stuff. So if you need an indoor space to eat, please eat in the Pavilion Room over there. Or if you want to sit down and work on your laptop, that space is available as well, and you can still follow along with all the presentations during the day. In order to get there, you have to go up toward the indoor registration booth, turn left, and go down the stairs. If you have any questions or are lost, need to get somewhere, look. We have a lot of student helpers, volunteers here. Most all of them should have the red lanyard, right? I think you all have the blue lanyards. So look for folks with the red lanyards if you're lost, and you can ask them for help at any point throughout the workshop. Okay. So we have our networking dinner tonight at Slow Brew. That's a fun time to mingle with everybody and enjoy the good food that they have. That starts at 6 p.m. There are some instructions in the back of the program that you should have received when you checked in, and we'll send an email out this afternoon with the directions as well. So as long as you're registered on the workshop mailing list for this year, you'll get that information. Again, if you have any questions, check with one of the folks at the registration booth or somebody with the red lanyard. They'll be able to help you out. As I mentioned at the beginning, there's been more sort of travel hiccups and headaches lately than normal. I anticipate we might have to change the schedule around a little bit in terms of maybe who's presenting a particular topic or something. The printed programs that you got were accurate as of Thursday. For the most accurate information, please look at the website, CubeSatDW.org. That one will be updated as we react to people's availability throughout the rest of the week. All right. If you are a presenter and you haven't uploaded your presentation to Dropbox, please do so right away. If you're a presenter, we would like you to be backstage. You can get backstage by coming down either of the two hallways what you did to enter the room, but come backstage 2 presentations before your presentation so that we can make sure your slides look good, make sure you go through an audio check, all that kind of stuff. So please be back here 2 presentations before you're scheduled. If you see a student panicking through the hall looking for you, that means you're probably late. So please try to be on time so we don't have to have the students running around hunting people down. Let's see, other things. We have Hawaiian shirts back again this year for 2025. They're a fun thing that we've done, probably 15 years or so at this point. If you're interested in the Hawaiian shirt or other CubeSat paraphernalia, we have that up at the indoor registration booth as well, so you can go and check them out. Other things, there will be excuse me, there'll be some lab tours if you're interested in touring the lab that we have here on campus. That is on the other side of campus, so it's a bit of a walk. So look for information to sign up. You'd meet at the registration booth, and they'd help get you across campus so you don't get lost. Okay, those are all the announcements that I have for kickoff. So it's my pleasure to be able to introduce our first keynote speaker. Danielle McCulloch is a program executive for NASA's Flight Opportunity Program within the agency's Space Technology Mission Directorate. In this role, she provides strategic integration between researchers, mission stakeholders, and flight providers, as well as other NASA programs to maximize impact for technology advancement and ensure that the researcher community is actively engaged in available flight test opportunities. She comes to this position after serving as both a program manager and deputy program manager for flight opportunities. Before joining NASA, Danielle held various leadership roles in the medical device and paper manufacturing industries and was vice president for a small technology transfer consultancy. Danielle's experience underlies her passion for innovation, entrepreneurship, and fostering vibrant researcher communities. Can you please help me welcome Danielle?
Thanks so much, John. I'm very happy to be here, so thanks again for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us.
Well, welcome, everybody. Glad to see you're here. As John talked about, there certainly is a little bit of a travel challenge that has befallen several folks, so I'm glad you're here, and for those of you that are on the live stream, glad you're able to join as well. As John mentioned, I'm Danielle McCulloch. I am the program executive for NASA's Flight Opportunities Program. So just a quick show of hands. Who has heard of NASA's Flight Opportunities Program before? Okay, that's a good sign. How many of you have flown with NASA's Flight Opportunities Program before? Excellent. Okay, we got a couple folks around the room here. So those are the folks that you should be tapping to learn more about this resource. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the program today, talk about some of the technologies that have flown with us and where they've gone next, and talk a little bit about how to engage with flight test. So another quiz for you. How many of you have things, be that a component, a subsystem, that you would like to have tested before it goes on its eventual mission? Okay, so you all are thinking the right way, which is great. So what is Flight Opportunities, for those of you who don't know? It is a program at NASA that's been around for more than a decade, and it is set up to leverage commercial capabilities to be able to advance technologies, as well as test instruments and run science experiments, because you can do the whole gamut with these commercial resources. But it was originally really set up, focused on testing of technologies. Part of the goal was also to foster the commercial space industry, so really help that space industry stand up by driving business in that direction. We, as a program, provide subject matter expertise of doing tests with commercial providers. So we are the interface between the researcher and the commercial provider, because sometimes commercial practices aren't the same as they might be at an academic institution or a government organization. And so we've learned over the years, what is that pace of doing development work, doing testing with commercial providers? How do these relationships work best? And how can you leverage them for the greatest outcome? We also have contracts that we manage. We currently have 15 flight providers that are on contract. So for researchers that are working with government agencies or are civil servants at those agencies, they can get access to those providers through our contracts. But we also have a lot of different funding mechanisms and a lot of experience working through grants, SBIRS TTR research support, as well as other funding mechanisms. So we've really learned how to use commercial agreements to get as many technologies as possible into flight. And as I mentioned before, it really is across the gamut now. Technologies, instruments, or experiments all are part of the puzzle that is flight opportunities. And at this point in time, we've done over 1,000 flight tests, more than 300 flights with commercial providers. So there's a lot of flight testing that's going on. So why do we do this? We talked a little bit about this in the mission of the program, but the things that we leverage commercial industry for are speed, flexibility, risk tolerance, and access to a really wide variety of commercial capabilities. I'll talk a little bit later in the presentation about the vendors that we have on contract just on the NASA contracts. And if I had tried to get more disparate capabilities, I don't think I could have. And what's great about that is for whatever environment you're looking for or the type of test conditions, we have a wide range of that in the commercial market right now that you can get access to. Again, whether it's through our program or through a variety of other mechanisms that give you access to flight test. The other goal here is to change the pace of space. If we were just waiting on government capabilities, we could be waiting a long time. But commercial providers are flying frequently, they are getting more and more cost effective, there are greater ranges of the types of environments that are available. And so in our program, we really are looking to change the pace of space, change how many things we can get into space more frequently so that we can expand the amount of scientific discovery we're doing in our lifetimes, which that's the really fun part about all of this. I absolutely love flight test for this reason. Using those commercial capabilities really does change what's possible. So a few things that we at our program keep in mind when we're working with commercial companies in terms of how you leverage that. So at NASA, we have a lot of expertise in space. We've been doing that for a long time. And so we want to leverage that expertise, but we want to leverage it in the right way. Commercial companies can often move more quickly than a government organization can, and even academic institutions. And so we want to take advantage of the speed that commercial industry represents while also leveraging the subject matter expertise of NASA. We also want to make sure that we are using best practices from both places. So again, commercial industry has learned some things, they have some efficiencies that sometimes government agencies don't, and we really want to take advantage of that, while also leveraging the processes that the government space industry has developed over many decades. The other thing that we really focus on, and for those of you who are familiar with NASA's Small Spacecraft Technology Program, flight opportunities and small spacecraft work very closely together. And we both have a constraint-driven approach to the work that we're doing. So dollars are not endless, and it doesn't really make sense if you're trying to go quickly to keep extending your schedule until you have things perfect. So the goal is to do fly, fix, fly, or build, fly, repeat. You don't want to be careless with what you're doing, but you want to stay really focused on what are the requirements that I can meet within a fixed amount of time and money. And when you're looking at those three factors, you shouldn't just keep extending the budget or the timeline. Focus on those constraints driving you to get to space, and then take multiple shots on getting your flight tests in. And this becomes more possible because commercial companies are flying more frequently and the services are becoming more cost effective. All right, and again, you'll hear this build, fly, repeat, or fly, fix, fly come up a lot in our program. And you'll see many examples of payloads that have flown more than once as part of their development process. All right, so what is encompassed by the Flight Opportunities Program? So here we are at a CubeSat Developers Workshop. You all care about spacecraft, and that is part of the puzzle. So we actually do have commercial providers that provide hosting on their vehicles. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But also, on the way to building your own spacecraft, as we talked about in the beginning, you have parts and pieces or instruments that you might want to test. And so Flight Opportunities got its start with suborbital vehicles. Rocket-powered vehicles is a piece of this. So you may have heard of folks like Blue Origin and Virgin Galactic that have their rocket-powered systems that host payloads. We also work with sounding rockets. And down here on the lower left, well, your lower left, yeah. We have vertical takeoff, vertical landing platforms that help advance landing technologies. So Astrobotic is one of the companies that does this. We have a couple other companies, Blue Origin and SpaceX, that we've worked with that can also provide those types of trajectories for testing landing technologies. We also have high-altitude balloons as part of our portfolio. These can provide either really long duration flights or very high altitude for exposure. So a lot of conditions of space can be tested through high altitude balloons. We've seen a lot more communications technologies also tested on high altitude balloons. There are opportunities for constellations of balloons, as well as communications between the balloon and the ground. Parabolic flights is another popular way that folks are testing. This is one option where the researcher can fly with their technology. It offers a couple of different things. You don't have to automate quite as much, and you can also adjust a little bit of that on the fly, fix, fly in your experiment. And then, as I mentioned at the beginning, we have orbital platforms that can host payloads. So you all are focused on building spacecraft, or would like to be focused there, but not every researcher has interest or the expertise to build their own spacecraft to test their technology or experiment. And so what using commercial capabilities does is it allows the researcher to focus on their part of their puzzle, so that technology, instrument, or experiment, and the commercial company that's doing flights over and over and over again repeatedly, they can focus on the integration, the launch, and the mission management. And this is a new capability within the last year for the flight opportunities contracts. Over the past 4 or 5 years, we've seen more of this happening, but I see this really increasing in frequency. And the hope is that the outcomes of these missions increases. One of the things that we've seen is when researchers are building their own spacecraft to do their flight tests, it's actually the bus and not the instrument that is more frequently the failure point. And so we want to make sure that we're using the capabilities of the entire ecosystem as effectively as possible to get as many things into space as we can. So I'm going to walk through just a few examples of the types of flight tests we've done through our program. And depending on what it is you do, these may or may not feel relevant to your work, but they demonstrate the breadth of things that can be tested on both suborbital as well as hosted orbital vehicles, and might give you some ideas for how you can think a little bit unconventionally about how you might test or advance part of your system. So one of the things we did recently was we worked with Blue Origin to do what we refer to as a vehicle capability enhancement. That's one of the things that Flight Opportunities does. We're looking for opportunities to advance the type of test capabilities that our researchers need. And in this case, there was a high demand for lunar conditions. Clearly, the moon has had a lot of focus in recent years. And so how do you have access to the type of conditions that you might face on the moon so that you can test things before you get on that mission where you really can't touch the technology again? It goes to the moon, it's going to operate how it's going to operate. So Blue Origin discovered that they could use their reaction control system to spin their capsule of their new Shepard system, and they could impart 16G on the payloads. And so in February, we actually did the first launch of that. So typically, Blue Origin's system gets about 3 minutes of microgravity. In this case, about 2 minutes of that was lunar gravity. And so NASA supported 17 payloads that were on that flight across a range of areas. So in situ resource utilization, ISRU, dust mitigation, advanced habitation. There are a variety of different sensors and instruments on board. We had some small spacecraft technologies, as well as entry, descent, and landing. And you can see here some of the imagery across the bottom here. And you can also see that we were supporting researchers from a wide variety of research institutes. So NASA is kind of a facilitator for a lot of researchers in the community. Let's see. And actually, we'll show this a little bit later, but several of the technologies that were tested on this flight are slated for upcoming CLPS missions, or the Commercial Lunar Payload Services, through NASA. So this is a stepping stone to going to the moon for a lot of these technologies. And this flight heritage has really come in handy for a lot of the payload teams in securing future flights to places like the moon. It really proves that your technology works. Oh, I'll back up. I think I can do that here. Maybe. One other thing that has recently come into play here is that people wonder, what type of access do we get to suborbital space? Are there just a few flights? Well, Blue Origin has developed a couple of capabilities on their propulsion module. So in this case, you're getting actual access to the space environment, whereas inside the capsule, it's a pressurized shirt sleeve environment. But they're constantly looking for new places to test technologies to give greater access to space. So when you hear about Blue Origin's commercial astronaut tourist flights that they're doing, there are usually technologies on board those flights as well, which is another opportunity, increased access for researchers. So here's an example of a long duration balloon flight. In this case, it was 4 weeks, and there were 2 technologies that were on board this. One was the Aeromos dual monitor from a small company called Space Environment Technologies. And it is a radiation monitor that looks at potentially harmful radiation rates that lead to melanoma and basal cell carcinoma for aircrew members. So this one is for commercial airliner type applications. But it also has applications for space exploration, and especially as we're looking at having more and more people in space, we need to understand what those harmful environments might be and how to mitigate them. And so tests like this, again, on a high-altitude balloon, which is really easy to access comparatively than other space missions, you can get a lot of data. Then we also had an Arizona State University technology called CubeSounder, and it is a low-swap microwave sounding technology to help improve weather forecasting. So 2 really disparate technologies that will able to partner up and get a relatively low-cost flight on a balloon. And for that Aeromos sensor, it had actually been on 6 different flights across various balloon vehicles as part of its development. So we talked about parabolic flights. There are a lot of people that are flying parabolic flights as that first step of investigating their technology. You don't have to do quite as much automation in some cases because you can tend to this experiment, and it's relatively easy to access in terms of they have 2 different campaigns at least each year with Zero Gravity Corporation, and there's a lot of support in terms of getting your experiment developed. Again, across all different technology areas, in just 1 year, we had 56 payload tests. So a payload test is every time a technology goes into its relevant conditions. And typically on parabolic flights, people fly at least 2 flights. The first one they use to get used to those test conditions. Operating in that environment can be a little physiologically challenging. So we always recommend at least 2 flights. The first one to get used to the environment, and then the second one to really do your research. And teams will often do pairs of 2 flights, one perhaps in the spring and the second in the fall. But we had 56 tests of 26 technologies across 20 flights and 4 campaigns. So a campaign is a series of flights that happen. So there are a lot of technology tests going on, not only on this vehicle, but across the vehicles. It's really exciting to see those numbers ramp up. So as one example here, there's a technology that we know as Flute that was actually led by NASA Ames. And they were looking at, is it possible to create giant optics from liquids in space to allow you to do it much more cost effectively than you can if you have large scale structures? So they initially did a test back in 2022 to test this concept on a parabolic flight. They then applied to NASA's Innovative Advanced Concepts, or NIAC, solicitation, and they were awarded funding to be able to advance this concept of making a 50-meter observatory from using these fluidic principles. And so they used their flight test from kind of a pathfinding parabolic flight, and that flight heritage helped them secure that follow-on award. And we see this more and more. One of the other areas that we see a lot of work in is landing technologies. Clearly, if you are going to another planetary body, be that the moon, an asteroid, Mars, you need to make sure that you can land well. And we've seen examples of this not going quite as well as we might have hoped on some recent lunar landings. And so there's a lot of work on navigation and landing technologies. I mentioned Astrobotic, which is in Mojave, California. They have a rocket called Zodiac where they test a lot of these technologies. They do both open loop testing as well as closed loop testing, where software algorithms are actually controlling their rocket vehicle. They've got safety guardrails around that, but it's a really great opportunity for teams to test their software algorithms in a real environment. You'll see on the upper image there something that hopefully looks somewhat like the moon. There's actually a lunar surface proving ground that they built out in their Mojave facility. And it, interestingly enough, common household stucco, this gray stuff that you spray on structures, it actually has the same optical properties as regolith on the moon. And so we actually did a nighttime precision landing challenge and had teams exercising their algorithms at night, because a lot of those permanently shadowed or dark regions on the moon are the ones that are scientifically interesting. So it's kind of neat that these resources are out there for teams to use to give really realistic type of test conditions. You'll see here a couple of companies that actually are aiming to land on the moon. So Draper and Astrobotic have both tested their landing technologies through the Flight Opportunities Program out at the Astrobotic facility. So not only are we helping researchers that in the more conventional sense, but we're actually enabling commercial entities, or in the case of Draper, a nonprofit entity, but commercial entities to test their technologies ahead of missions as well. So it's really neat to see those commercial companies embracing the same fly, fix, fly approach. So speaking of CLPS, the Flight Opportunities Program has had, oh, I need to do a quick count because I forget. Okay, 7 technologies that have gone to the moon or headed towards the moon on CLPS missions. So that is a sign that people are, again, using that flight heritage to secure missions and also trying to really make sure their technologies are going to work when they get to those lunar conditions. And so far, we have had great outcomes. And we have talked to the folks in the CLPS team who, quite honestly, some of them weren't quite as familiar with flight opportunities as we might have hoped. And when we started talking about the payloads that had had heritage with our program, they immediately could see the connection between the ones that were able to integrate most smoothly and also operated best in these conditions. So using that suborbital step to de-risk a technology has really paid off for a lot of PIs. And again, you'll see its technologies kind of across the board. So here we have the NASA Langley Navigation Doppler LiDAR. This is one of those entry descent landing technologies. The radio frequency mass gauging technology from NASA Glenn. This one's kind of interesting because on this Intuitive Machines mission, they had a low propellant reading come back, and it made them wonder if they actually had a leak. And so everybody sort of panicked for a moment, and then they said, we actually have another technology on board that is doing fuel gauging for us. And so they actually looked at that one, and the readings were steady. So rather than taking an immediate, somewhat emergency action, They were able to wait until they got the next reading back from their propellant gauging system, which came back reading that it was at normal levels, indicating there wasn't a leak. So it's kind of neat to see a technology that was actually there to be tested come into operational relevance as part of that flight and really be able to affect the outcome of that mission. We had the PlanetVac regolith sample collection system from Honeybee Robotics. So it is, you can see on the leg of the lander there, it was the same way on the Firefly vehicle. They actually had a fifth leg on the vehicle where this instrument was, and it was deployed to basically suck up regolith like a vacuum, and then it had a system that brought it into its collection vessel at the top of the vehicle, and then they had an optical sensor on board to actually analyze the regolith they had collected and send that information back to Earth during the system. But that technology was tested out in Mojave, California with simulated regolith. NASA partnered with the Italian Space Agency on the LUGRA technology, which is Lunar GNSS, a receiver experiment looking at how far away from Earth can you be and still access both the European and American GNSS systems. So that was also very successful. They did a test with a sounding rocket here on Earth and then took that technology to the moon. AstroAnt are some mini robots that were on the second Intuitive Machines mission. They didn't get a lot of time to operate, but they actually were able to communicate and at least execute a portion of their mission. And then that RMS radiation monitor that I just talked about, that one also went to the moon on the Intuitive Machines mission, the second mission. And then also on the Firefly mission was RAD-PC. So this is a rad-hard computer, very low-cost COTS system that has been tested across a variety of both rocket and balloon tests ahead of its moon mission. So again, across a really wide array of technologies, you can use that suborbital flight test to help make your missions more successful. So people often wonder, okay, besides the moon, where do things go that have this kind of flight heritage? So how many of you have heard of the Psyche mission? All right, so on that mission is this little thing that a lot of people don't think about. So if you really want to have very precise pointing, vibration is a problem. Well, one of the innovators created the vibration isolation platform, little company called Control Dynamics. And that platform is stuck in there in that the deep space optical communication system that has the vibration isolation platform underneath it. And this experiment has been very, very successful in terms of the communications it's been able to achieve. So again, some of these little parts, components, subsystems are really important for other missions, and it was critical that that one worked correctly. And the flight heritage helped folks have that confidence. How many of you have ever heard of OSIRIS-REx? All right. So the sampling mechanism used on OSIRIS-REx was tested on parabolic flights. They wanted to make sure that they could get enough of that sample and that their mechanism would work correctly, even if it faced some challenges with the regolith and sticking things. And so those flight tests were really critical, again, to them being selected to support this mission. And then MIT has a dual spinning CubeSat bus that was actually incorporated into the Tropics mission. So it was enabled the use of microwave radiometers, which had previously only been used on larger spacecraft, to be used on CubeSats. And so you can see a lot of this taking technologies that have been used other places and adapting them to smaller and smaller spacecraft. A lot of that is being tested as well. So when we look at small sat technologies, particularly from universities that have been tested through our program, there are a couple of really fun examples. So the Bronco Space Club at Cal Poly Pomona actually has won our Tech Leap Challenge twice. So a university student club applied to our first NASA Tech Leap prize. And this is, for Tech Leap, we have specific challenges that teams are asked to address. So they applied to the first one, were selected as a winner, And with a prize, a competition, you actually have a lot of flexibility in how you use that funding. So they used a portion of their funding to support the development of their payload, and then they used the excess funding, because again, you have a lot of flexibility, to actually build out a bigger lab, to get more resources for the lab, and then they came back and won the next year's challenge as well, that nighttime precision landing challenge that I talked about. So for those of you who are undergrads, do not underestimate your capability to really play in this space and have ideas that address the needs of the space community. And so I'd encourage any of you who are looking for inspiration to reach out to these guys. They tend to be fairly present at events like this, and always willing to help. Purdue University recently flew its FEMTA, or Film Evaporation MEMS Tunable Array, which is a non-toxic micropropulsion alternative for precision attitude control for small spacecraft. This flew aboard the Blue Origin flight in this year, earlier this year. This was on the lunar gravity flight. It was on the lunar gravity flight, but it also got exposure to the microgravity along the way. So a lot of good data from them about how this technology works in various conditions. San Diego State University has an ongoing university smallsat technology partnership. So I mentioned earlier the NASA Small Spacecraft Technology Program, and I think you heard Elwood pointed out earlier today as someone who's been a longtime participant in the CubeSat Developers Workshop. This group has a solicitation that I'll talk about in a little more detail, but it allows universities to partner with NASA subject matter experts to develop technologies. And this group is looking at commercial 5G technologies to provide LunaNet nodes with high gain, high data rate, multi-point communications without having to have those physical pointing mechanisms. They did a flight test aboard an Aerostar high altitude balloon to help them advance that technology in advance of an orbital mission. And then finally, we've got the University of Texas at Austin. They also have an ongoing university smallsat technology partnership, and they're looking at surface feature-based navigation and timing for cislunar aircraft that are using machine learning algorithms. And there's a project called SPLICE at NASA that provided funding to this team after their university smallsat technology partnership, and they also won a CubeSat Launch Initiative award. So you see a lot of these technologies where you have one step and then it builds on that, and there's other funding, and it kind of takes this, different paths as they advance. But flight test is often a real igniter of that ongoing funding path. This just gives you a sense of some of the different providers that we're working with in our program. And again, NASA has contracts with a subset of the providers. There are also other commercial providers in the ecosystem that provide some of these same services. And the speed with which providers are entering the market and becoming qualified to do these types of flight tests is increasing as well. So just because NASA has these folks on contract doesn't mean they're the only opportunities for flight test. And certainly NASA is not the only resource in terms of being able to access these providers. A lot of researchers are finding that they can use funding that they're getting, or if they're companies, using the investments that they have to purchase flights directly. And that's one of the things that Flight Opportunities was hoping would happen, is that researchers would be able to purchase flights on their own because, one, they learned the value of these flight tests, two, the costs are coming down to a point where they're affordable, and the frequency and cadence of these flight tests is enough that they truly become accessible. So Flight Opportunities is there to help the community understand how to get access to these flight tests, but we don't want to be the only path. We want to be somebody who's, provides our subject matter expertise to help the community find the most efficient way to access flight tests. People often ask about things like payload users guides or how they can find out more information about the providers. And the Flight Opportunities website is a great place to do that. Each of our providers does have a link to a public version of that payload users guide, so you can start getting a sense of what it looks like to fly with some of these folks. This is just an overview of, again, that newest capability we have. What does hosted orbital look like? That is, again, where a researcher is taking their payload, handing it over to the commercial provider, and that commercial provider does integration, launch, and mission management. Again, hoping to keep the costs down, the cadence up, and the mission assurance, the outcomes of your flight test at a higher level, greater success of outcome. And we do have a variety of different types of vehicle types that we're seeing. So small spacecraft like ESPA-type buses, folks that are looking for multi-customer, multi-payload missions. We've got other folks that are hosting usually one payload on a CubeSat for a very specific mission. There are also space-available options that pop up. We've seen that happen, and some of those, if you have a payload that's ready to go and a good match, it can be very affordable. There's also virtual hosting of software payloads. So there might be an asset on orbit that could be repurposed for another flight test. So once the initial mission is complete, a couple of things happen. Sometimes it's the same organization, and they'll just initiate another mission using that asset. In other cases, the commercial provider might take possession of the hardware at the end of a mission, but then they can provide access to that asset for folks to upload algorithms and software and try additional testing. And those can be very low cost and very quick to implement. We also have test articles that can be attached to rocket upper stages, so using all parts of the vehicle and the mission to do the flight tests. And then a couple of the providers also provide return capabilities. All right, so I'll just quickly go over some of the funding mechanisms so you have a general familiarity, and I'm happy to answer more questions afterwards. But I mentioned our NASA Tech Leap Prize. This is an option that's open to basically every researcher over the age of 18. We do about once a year, but sometimes more frequently, different challenges that NASA or other parts of the space ecosystem need solved to support some of these mission goals. We historically have done a NASA Tech Flight solicitation. The competitions are faster and more flexible, and so we're moving more away from solicitations to the competitions. But for those of you who have heard of Tech Flights, that is the Flight Opportunities Program. SBIR, STTR can be a great way to get access to funding. I mentioned the University SmallSat Technology Partnerships. And then also the Space Technology Mission Directorate within NASA does announcements of collaboration opportunity and tipping points that are focused on commercial companies. We also offer flights of opportunity. So for those folks who have been selected through a NASA competition or solicitation, we can partner with your funding organization and help provide you with access to those flight tests. For those that are interested in the K through 12 type STEM initiative, we do have the NASA Tech Rise Student Challenge available for students in grades 6 through 12. That typically opens the end of August each year, with applications due in November and selections made in January for flights that summer. So we try to fit the whole thing into one academic year. This is just a little bit more information about TechRise. It really is exactly what professional researchers do. Students design, build, and launched. They have to fit it all in a 2U enclosure. They have power requirements. Everything is the same. So it's really fun to see these students go through that experience. University SmallSat Technology Partnership, we've talked about a couple of times, but again, this is where academic institutions get to partner with NASA subject matter experts to advance small spacecraft technologies. These are the examples of the 4 tech leaps that we've run so far. So we had the Autonomous Observation Challenge, the Nighttime Precision Landing Challenge, and then the Universal Payload Interface Challenge, which is in the middle here. That is designed, that was optimizing an interface that could be used by multiple teams to either ease the process of integrating a payload or more quickly move between vehicle types. And then the most recent one is the Space Technology Payload Challenge. So NASA has shortfalls that they've identified of gaps that need to be closed to support NASA's mission goals. And so this was a challenge that allowed teams to propose their solutions for those shortfalls. We do have a variety of resources available for researchers. So we do a community of practice each month where we have researchers talking about their work, talking about their lessons learned, how to use these vehicles. We have folks from the companies that provide these services come and talk as well about what does it look like to work with a commercial provider. And then folks from NASA also contribute. We have a newsletter, we have a lessons learned library, both great resources for keeping up to date on what's going on, as well as learning from those who have gone before you as you're developing your proposals, preparing for flight test. And then if you're interested in flight test, but you're not quite sure how to start, we have a tool that helps you think through what are the questions that you need to consider when you're starting to plan a flight test. And again, the webinars, those community practice webinars, are the first Wednesday of each month at 10 a.m. Pacific time. And through our newsletter, you can get access to all of those topics. All right. Well, with that, I'm going to open it up to some questions. But for those of you who are too shy to ask in a room like this or have something very specific, I'll be in the founders room that's up on that second floor from 11 to 12 today and 1:30 to 2:30. And I'm happy to meet with you and answer any questions you might have. All right. So I think John was going to come back out here with microphones, but in the meantime, anybody have any questions that I can answer about the program or technologies or how you get engaged? And you can shout it out and I'll repeat. Oh, there he is. Yeah. Come on, I know you have some. Okay, Elwood. Oh, yeah. So Elwood's question is, can I share the prizes that are available via the Tech Leap Challenge? So our challenges to date have had prizes between $500,000 and $650,000 for the teams. And for each of them, the initial prize when you're selected is $200,000. And then as you move towards your technology, or move through your technology development, the second milestone has been another $200,000, and that's if you stay on track to your development plan. And then at the end, if you have a payload that is ready to fly, you are awarded another $100,000. So that's $500,000 total during the technology development phase. And then some of our challenges have had a performance incentive phase. So for example, the Nighttime Precision Landing Challenge. Based on the performance of your technology during flight test, you can win an additional prize. In that case, it was up to $150,000. The Universal Payload Interface Challenge has another one with a performance incentive in that same ballpark. And we are trying to do rapid technology development during those. So you have 8 months from the point of your selection until your flight test, typically, to develop that technology and fly. Yeah. I'm going to need you to speak up. Yeah, so the ones that are ongoing, the application phase has already closed. Our goal is to do at least one Tech Leap Challenge per year. This mechanism has gained traction across the agency, so we'll see more and more of those. The best way to keep up to date on those is to subscribe to the Flight Opportunities newsletter. For a lot of other solicitations at NASA, NSPIRES is how you find out about a lot of the traditional solicitations. Because this is a competition, we try to note it in there, but it doesn't work quite the same way. Challenge.gov is another place to keep track of all the competitions that are going on across the government, and that's a great resource. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so the question was, is NASA moving away from solicitations to challenges, and what does that mean for folks with CubeSats? So I would maybe characterize my comment a little bit more specifically. Flight Opportunities is moving more towards competitions. If you're somebody that follows like the Science Mission Directorate, they're pretty solidly in the solicitation space. So their ROSES solicitations, some of their other announcements of opportunity. Flight opportunities, given our connection to the commercial industry, we tend to be on the front end. A lot of these new types of mechanisms and working creatively with commercial industry. So actually the announcements of collaboration opportunity and tipping point awards that the Space Technology Mission Directorate does actually started with flight opportunities and small launch vehicles. So I think, again, with our partnership that we have and how closely we work with the Small Spacecraft Technology Group and some of the other groups in that space, I think you will see more competitions for small spacecraft type of technologies. But I would encourage you to keep your eye across the board. You know, for those at academic institutions, STTRs as well. Some people ask, what's the best way to like get into NASA and start doing NASA research? I characterize it as a bowl of spaghetti. There's not actually a perfect way. It is not a linear path. So grab onto any noodle that you can find and start pulling on it, and then you might jump to another noodle later. But it really, I'm not sure it serves anybody well for it to be exactly linear for everyone, because we all come at it from a really different angle. I've heard a similar analogy, which is the board game Chutes and Ladders, or Snakes and Ladders, I can't remember, but I knew it as Chutes and Ladders. But it's that same sort of game where you're gonna climb a ladder and then you might slide down and then find a different spot and move forward. But does that answer the question? Okay, perfect. All right, I see a pointing over here. Okay, I can't see, oh, there we go, yeah. Okay, so the question was sort of how many of each type of flight are we doing? And then what's the biggest barrier between the people who want to do flight and how many can actually do it? So then the distribution of the type of flight is changing over time, but some of it, like the second part of the question, is financially driven too. So a large portion of our flights that have been done recently have been done on parabolic aircraft. There are a few reasons for that. One, it's relatively affordable. So for significantly well under 100K, probably closer to that like 60K mark per flight, you can get a flight. And remember that I always recommend at least two. It's easy to access, their cadence is pretty consistent, and it's a capability that's been around for a while. We have seen various flight providers have challenges as they have brought their vehicles online. This is still a pretty nascent industry, and so, and it's hard, right? I mean, you're here because of the challenge of it. So we do see flight providers have anomalies that happen, have challenges with their vehicles, or in some cases actually take their operations offline to advance their capabilities and then bring them back. And so in the suborbital space, we've actually seen a lot of demand, suborbital rocket space, a lot of demand, but some challenges getting access to flights just based on vendors' operations. And so I think we'll see that increase. And I forgot to do this earlier, but people often ask me about the cost. So for suborbital rockets, in the ballpark of, you know, probably 250K to 350K, in that ballpark is generally where a lot of the commercial rocket-powered vehicle systems are. Entry, descent, and landing technology is a little more expensive, probably $500,000 to $600,000, but still, compared to a lot of different missions and even other ground testing type systems, to get data pretty quickly to advance your technology, that's pretty affordable. Once you get into the orbital testing, we've seen opportunities that have been in a few $100,000. Again, if you're technology is ready and you can fill a corner of a spacecraft and be ready to launch quickly, that's when those lower cost options come. But even more complex options are in the several $1 million range as opposed to tens of millions of dollars using this hosted opportunity. So the biggest barrier, there's never enough money for all of us, right? Like we always want to test more, we always want to be able to develop more. So that certainly is a challenge. But the corollary to that is, I think by thinking carefully about how we leverage commercial opportunities, and as that market grows, especially for spacecraft technology developers, that hosted orbital option could prove to be really cost effective. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, the difference between a challenge and SBIR? Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit about the differences between those funding mechanisms. So a solicitation, to you, it probably actually feels relatively similar. A solicitation is the more traditional method, and it's using a very regimented form of review. And in that case, for those of you who are undergrads here, you'll probably be familiar with this. You have to have an entity to be able to propose. So for example, a group of undergrads could not propose on their own. They would have to have a faculty advisor and propose as the university being their entity. With respect to a competition, there's a lot more flexibility. You don't have to actually have an entity to propose. You do need to have insurance, which is sometimes a little bit of a hurdle for folks to figure out, but we can help them think through it. But an individual in their garage can propose to a competition. A group of undergraduates can propose without a faculty advisor as long as you're following the rules of your university. You know, it's very, very flexible in terms of who can participate. Another difference between, so solicitations typically result in a grant or a cooperative agreement, and you have to have a specific budget, and then you invoice against that budget as your research goes on. In the case of a competition, you're given the funds, and you can use those funds as you see fit to advance your work. You're evaluated along the line before you're given sort of your next bucket of money, but you have a lot of flexibility. SBIR is targeted at small businesses. So again, you need to have an entity type, but you can be really small. You could just be an individual. And so those awards are granted typically, I can't quite remember the dollar values, but the first award for an SBIR Phase 3 is about 6 months to evaluate a concept, and then there are various stages beyond that. STTR is when a business partners with a university to advance technologies. So that's like my poor man's description of that, but hopefully that's helpful to describe the differences. How are we doing on time? Have time for one or two? Yeah. So the question was, are there any other types of flight platforms that we'd like to provide access to in the future, but we can't yet? That is a great question. It's a little bit chicken and egg, right? So we have seen such an increase in the number of really small spacecraft commercial providers that are looking at doing flight tests and are thinking about hosting payloads. I know that one of the things going forward is how do you apply this same sort of approach to going beyond Earth or the moon? So propulsion is often a really big component of how we do that. And so I think we'll see companies moving in that direction too and expanding the envelope of where they are operating. One of the things that's also pretty interesting to watch develop is the commercial LEO destinations. So you've got the space station where there's a lot of testing that's done right now, and even CubeSat deployment. As we move forward, the goal is to take the International Space Station offline and replace that with commercial capabilities. So it's going to be really interesting to see what commercial capabilities are provided there, but also for a lot of the autonomous tests that are done there, what does hosted orbital look like to take the place of some of those experiments that were done on station but didn't really need to have astronaut tending, or there isn't as much access to astronaut tending, especially in this transition period. So I think that space is going to be very interesting moving forward. I don't have your next idea for you about the vehicle you should develop right now. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so the question is whether Flight Opportunities offers access to ground test capabilities. And through our program, we typically don't. So that testing is often incorporated into somebody's payload development plan, so preparation for flight. Flight Opportunities was actually initiated by Congress to specifically foster flight test with commercial providers. Now that said, when you're working with us, we can help kind of point you in the right direction for some of those ground test assets, but we don't do those through our program. All right, last chance for your group question. Oh, one more, yeah.
Given the funding happening across NASA, how do you see the future of flight opportunities programs existing? And I know there's a couple like programs internal to NASA like SpinSat, R5 across Johnson, who are trying to develop these capabilities in-house. Do you think those are going to disappear? Or just curious to see what you think the flight op program can do if kind of stuff keep running over time?
Yeah, so that's actually a very complicated question. So of course he asked about funding climate, which is a dicey one to answer these days. But then also how that might affect what Flight Opportunities does and some of the other research groups that you're aware of within NASA that are trying to advance novel types of spacecraft. It's pretty clear that things might get a little bit tighter moving forward here, and I think that's the point at which you really have to be scrappy about how you do your research and how you think about your research. And quite frankly, low-cost options like some of the commercial options that are available might be a good path for some folks. There definitely are different types of spacecraft. You know, the government can take risks on some things, and they don't need to make money. So there is some opportunity for government resources to be used to develop novel capabilities. Typically, the goal is always to transition those into the commercial market as they're developed so that they could be used. So I think funding climate or not, that's always where we're trying to head with some of those new capabilities, is if they work out, if they prove to be valuable, find a commercial partner that can take those and incorporate them into their business. So part of that depends on the success of the technology, and then the other part depends on both the funding climate, but also the commercial market. So just like all of this, it's kind of hard to see the future, especially in an area like this that is evolving so rapidly.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Do you need this?
That was great. I enjoyed hearing about the opportunities and successes that NASA has available for the CubeSat, small sat community. I know we've done some flight testing over the years, and it helps buy down risk, but it also provides nice incremental milestones if you have a longer running mission. Okay, so it's time for our first break, and it means, of course, we have our first schedule change. So the very first presenter is not able to be here at 10:20, so we're going to try to reschedule that particular presentation for later in the day. What that means is you get a longer break to visit with all your friends and your new acquaintances. So we'll be back in here at 10:40 to kick off the presenters. As a reminder, if you're a presenter, please come down. If you're the first presenter at 10:40, please come down at least 20 minutes prior, or two presentations. And I look forward to meeting you upstairs. Don't forget the posters, second floor.
welcome back. As a reminder, only coffee and water are allowed in the main hall. Next up is César Arza from the Instituto Nacional de Técnica Aeroespacial. Please give a warm welcome.
Hi, good morning. My name is César Arza, and I'm one of the responsibles for the satellites belonging to the ANSER constellation program developed by INTA. INTA stands for National Institute for Aerospace Technology in Spanish, and it's the most important public research aerospace institution in Spain. I'm giving this talk on behalf of the people who appear in this slide, who, like me, are responsible of different elements of the satellites. And one of them, Ivan Castro, is here with me today, and he's going to give a talk later this morning about the formation flight control of the satellites. Well, this is a brief summary of the contents of this talk. First of all, I'm going to give a wide overview of the small satellite constellation program developed by INTA. Then I'm going to present the achievements that we have got with our first cluster during its first year in orbit. And finally, I'm going to present some conclusions drawn from this first year. Well, the Small Satellite Constellation Program at INTA, it is called ANSER program. ANSER stands for Advanced Nanosatellite System for Earth Observation Research. But we are also using this name because it sounds very similar to ANSER. And ANSER is the scientific name for the common goose. We are using this name, this analogy, because one of the objectives of this program is to achieve that the satellites for every cluster are able to fly very close to each other, making use of formation flight maneuvers. Well, the analogy comes because it's similar to a flock of geese. The first cluster of this program is called ANSER WQ. WQ stands for water quality because the objective of this mission, apart for testing the first iteration of our formation flight strategies, is to monitor the water quality of inland water stations like lakes, swamps, and etc. These satellites are already flying, and they are 3 satellites, 3 CubeSats of 3U size. Our next mission will be called ANSER 80, and 80 stands for atmosphere. In this case, what it will be monitored will be the gases related to warehouse effect and global warming. In this case, we will have 4 satellites, and they will be a bit bigger. They will be 6U satellite for 6U CubeSats because the payloads are a bit complex. In this case, the payloads take 4 units. And this project, at this moment, has passed the CDR review a few weeks ago. And finally, we have a third mission in development, which has just begun. We are in this point in the conceptual phase, and it will call Q-Answer. The Q comes from quantum. The objective of this mission will be to prove QKD, quantum K distribution strategies, to demonstrate them in orbit. And in this case, we only need 2 satellites, but they have to be bigger. We need 16-unit CubeSats because the payloads are much more complex. Just the payloads take 8 units. And this talk is going to be focused on the satellites that are already in orbit. Well, I'm going to present the mission calendar for this ANSER program. The idea that I want to transmit with this slide is that we want to achieve a very regular frequency for launches. We want to be able to have a new mission every 5 years or less. throughout its history, INTA has developed a fistful of satellites. The first one was called INTASat, and it was launched in 1974. So a few months ago, we celebrated its 50th birthday. And over the years, we have developed and launched several satellites, most of them in the order of 50 kilograms, 100 kilograms, 200 kilograms. But in the beginning of this century, we realized that if we wanted to keep being competitive, one way to keep being competitive was embracing the new space philosophy. So following this philosophy, what we did was to develop a 3U CubeSat called Optos that was launched in 2013. And actually, this satellite was presented here in this same workshop. Also, it was a bit smaller those times, in 2008 and 2009. And anyway, in 2018, the ANSWER program, which is not devoted to individual satellites but to clusters, started in 2018. And on October 2023, we were able to launch our first cluster that was formed by 3 satellites. But unfortunately, we had a problem with the launch, and one of the satellites was lost during the deployment. And this made us to be very sad. But we realized that we had a lot of spare units. We had almost everything needed to prepare a new satellite. Well, not everything. We had only 1 reaction wheel. We had only 1 spare solar panel. But we realized that it was very easy, very cheap, and very fast to have all the elements needed to build a new satellite. And here we go, just 1 year after, more or less, we had a completely new leader satellite that was launched, and in this time, it was launched by a Falcon 9, everything was okay, and so at this moment, as we expected, we have 3 satellites flying. I forgot to say before that these 3 satellites are named. One of them is a leader, which carries an optical camera, and the other 2 ones are called Follower 1 and Follower 2, which carry spectrometers. And the one who was lost was the leader. So the new one, we call it Leader S, that stands for Leader Spare. And following this, this is ANSWER water quality. This will be our next cluster, the ANSWER OET, explained before, that will be launched in 2027. And we expect to launch QAnswer in 2030, more or less. So this was the idea that I said I wanted to transmit at the beginning of this slide. We want to be able to launch a new mission in less than 5 years. This is the architecture of the ANSWER WQ satellites, which are already in orbit. They are 3U CubeSats. The lower unit is devoted to the ADCS subsystem, and it is composed by the usual elements: reaction wheels, microcontrollers, magnetorquers, sun and native cameras, etc. The middle unit is devoted to the payload. Which is optical camera in the case of the leader and the leader spare, and spectrometers in the case of the followers. And the upper unit contains the rest of the elements of the platform. You know, the radio, the GPS, the power subsystem, the computer, the antennas, and so on. On the right part of the slide, you can see the architecture of the ground segment. We have 2 UHF antennas, 1 main and 1 redundant. We also have a control center that is completely developed at INTA that allows, it has a visual user interface that allows to manage the telemetry synthesis. And we also have a flight dynamics unit that is used to compute and generate the commands related to the formation flight control. And these are essentially attitude profile changes. But this will be explained by Ivan, my teammate, in the following presentation. It does not appear in this slide, but we also have a scientific station that is used by the scientist team in order to study the results, the images from the optical camera, and the spectra from the spectrometers. what we have achieved during this first year in orbit of our cluster? Well, the main objective of this cluster was the validation of enabling technologies. And this objective lies upon 4 main pillars. The first one is the commissioning and in-orbit calibration of a very accurate ADCS. This is important because, well, Ivan will explain more about this later, but our formation flight control is based in attitude change. So if we want to perform very precise formation flight maneuvers, we have to be sure that we have a very accurate ADCS system. The second objective of the mission is the formation flight control strategies validation, and these maneuvers are based on passive aerodynamic forces, and they will be explained again by Ivan in the next presentation. And it's important to say that in this first mission, these maneuvers are performed open loop. I mean, they are uploaded from ground. The next objective is the validation of our inter-satellite link communication systems. This will be very useful for the next iterations, for the next clusters, because our idea is that in future missions, these open loop formation flight maneuvers will not be computed on ground, but the satellites will be able to perform this geometry control by themselves in closed loop. So it will be necessary that all the satellites of the cluster know the state vectors and attitude and the current attitude of the rest of the satellites almost in real time. And the last objective of this mission is to launch the LeaderS to reinstate the lost leader. Well, obviously, this was not an objective, an initial objective of the mission. It appeared when we lost the first leader, but we can reward this objective with other words, and we can say that one objective of this cluster is to demonstrate the robustness and flexibility of distributed systems like these ones. That we want to prove that we are able, if some of the components of the cluster is lost, that is easy, is fast to reinstate the lost element. The first of the objectives, the validation of the ADCS. Well, validation and calibration of the ADCS, well, this is performed in the usual way. First of all, when the satellites are released from the deployer, they have some residual spin in the order of more or less 10 degrees per axis, and we use magnet torquers to break this spin. Once we have achieved this, what we do is to deploy the magnetometer, and we can check that this has been doing correctly, taking advantage of another camera, so we can see that, well, before and after. Then what we do is to calibrate the magnetometer, comparing the raw results from orbit with a theoretical model, the IGRF. Then we check the polarity of the reaction wheels. This is high school physics. You induce a high speed to each one of the wheels, and the satellite begins to spin in the opposite direction. Finally, we calibrate the gyroscopes in a similar way than the magnetometer, and finally, we have a completely calibrated and validated ADCS system. We are able to achieve an accuracy in the order of 0.1 degree per axis. That is more than enough for our formation flight control maneuvers and also for the scientific payloads. I don't want to enter much in detail in the formation flight control because this will be part of the following presentation, but just for saying something very fast, these satellites need a set of deployable flaps to be deployed in order to perform these maneuvers, and we need to check that they have been completely correctly deployed. We can do this by means of comparing the intensity of the solar panels or the signals from the sun sensors one and after deployment. So we can check. Well, I want to be fast. We can check comparing the telemetry before and after that this was correctly performed. And well, I'm going to go very fast through this slide because I don't want to spoil the next presentation. So please don't read anything and don't look to the beautiful video. And regarding the intersatellite link, what's the concept? The idea is that when all the satellites are operative, only the leader, or in our case, the follower one, that was set to act as leader until the new leader is operative, is the only one that has to communicate with ground. So it receives all the TCs and distributes them to the rest of the satellites, and it collects all the telemetry and downloads all the telemetry to ground. One way to validate that this subsystem is working correctly is to define a figure of merit that can be, in example, the rate between the messages received by a satellite and the ones that were actually sent to it. What we have found is that our ISL subsystem works correctly below 200 kilometers. Our initial requirement was 50 kilometers, so we are having a system which is 4 times better than expected. And it's also important that it relies a lot upon the relative orientation of the satellites. You see there are some valleys in the plot. It's because at that point we were performing formation flight maneuvers, so they were not using the optimal relative attitude between them. And finally, the restatement of the lost leader. We were lucky, and we were able to find a launch provided by a Falcon 9, which is very similar to the original launch. So the leader S is more or less in the same orbit than the followers. What we have to do at this point is to perform formation flight maneuvers, first of all, and in the in-track direction in order to get all the satellites closer, and then we can try to reduce the difference in orbital plane. These last kind of maneuvers use a lift effect, and this is a very weak effect. It's only noticeable for very low altitudes. So we are going to wait until the satellites are below 450 kilometers, and in that way, and in that moment, we will try to reduce this orbital plane difference. And just the conclusions in time. Well, the goals accomplished during the first year of the Answer mission, the validation of the attitude control system, of the formation flight strategies, and the intersatellite link, the demonstration of the robustness and flexibility of this concept, because we have been able to reinstate a lost element in a year, more or less. And although it has not been presented in this presentation, because we don't want to run out of time, we have been also performing a routine scientific operation with the synchronous spectrometers. And what's next was the future work. We have to complete the commission of the leader S. We have to perform formation flight maneuvers in order to get the followers and the new leader closer. And finally, we have to keep on working on the next missions, Answer AT and Q-Answer. And that's all. Well, a couple of nice pictures, but that's all. I don't know if there is time for maybe any question. Or I'm going to be here, so if anyone wants to ask for something, I will be here. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Dia Dalal from Irvington High School presenting From Classroom to Orbit, how a high school girls in STEM club started the journey of Palladius Orpheus.
It's too slanted.
Hello everyone, my name is Caitlin and I am a college freshman majoring in electrical engineering at UC Davis. I helped found Irvington GIS CubeSat, which is the team behind Palladius Orpheus, 3 years ago alongside Shreya Kola, who unfortunately couldn't make it today.
My name is Dia Dalal. I'm currently the president of the Irvington High School WISE initiative, and I've also worked on Pleiades Orpheus.
Hi, I'm Ria Chirukuri. I'm a current junior at Irvington High School, and I'm the software director for WISE.
Hi, my name is Srihari Muralidharan. I was on the Pleiades Orpheus team, and I'm now leading Prometheus 8.
Hello, I'm Aman. I'm a senior at Irvington High School. I worked on Pleiades Orpheus for the radio comms, and now I'm currently working on Prometheus A.
So here's some background on the Pleiades Orpheus team. We're a team of high schoolers utilizing the Bronco Space's Proofs kit with an added camera payload with the mission to collect data relating to light pollution in North America. We were actually here in SLO to attend the 20th annual CubeSat Developers Workshop in 2023 at the beginning phases of our project, and we couldn't even imagine that someday we would actually have the chance to speak in front of all of you at this stage.
So I want to start by reflecting on how this team began and how we even made it to launch. So it began in January of 2022 when Dia here was still a freshman, and I was introduced to a NASA intern who then introduced NASA's CSLI to us. At that time, I was co-president of our school's Girls in STEM Club. I thought that introducing a CubeSat project into the club would be an absolutely great idea, since our then current teams didn't really include any electrical engineering, and because I was really interested in aerospace at that time. My friend, Sei Kola, also expressed interest, and we decided that we would start together. However, because it was January, we had missed the deadline for CSLI by about half a year, so Sei got in contact with a lot of university CubeSat teams since we kind of had zero idea where to start. One of the teams that responded with enthusiasm with our cause was the Stanford Space Initiative, who at that point was also working to get a camera on the satellite, and about a month later we visited the SSI lab to observe and learn a bit more about our next steps. Later, we were invited to their satellite's vibration test, which is actually where we met Michael Pham, who is our main contact with Bronco Space and who pitched to us the idea of using and testing the Proofs kit, which is a kit meant to jumpstart undergraduate and high school CubeSat teams. Now, this is honestly the perfect opportunity for, say, the small group of Girls in STEM Club members that had joined us and me. At that time, we simply, also because of the nature of our team, which is just a bunch of high schoolers, we simply did not have the know-how or the monetary means to design and produce our own PCBs, much less the structure or even secure a launch. With Michael's help, we received the Proofs kit and secured a tentative launch date. Mr. Fung, our engineering teacher and advisor, secured funding through our club's main sponsor, Miss Christy English, who we really cannot thank enough. Then began about a year and a half of assembling engineering models, debugging, scheduling conflicts, and more. I'll let Dia tell you all about it.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. My name is Dia Dalal, and as I said, I've been leading the building of Pleiades Orpheus for almost a year now. As a freshman on the team in 2022, I really had no idea what I was doing at the beginning, but thanks to Shreya Kola, Krishiv Agarwal, Arush Kare, Natalie Zhang, Raza Patan, and Caitlin, I had the opportunity to learn so much and contribute first by attaining a ham radio license for our team, and somehow even managed to gain their trust to lead the whole project in the next coming years. We got a lot of help from Stanford University's Student Space Initiative, who hosted a couple of workshops to teach us the basics of satellite development. This gave us valuable insights into how exactly this process would take place. Eventually, we decided that the mission of Pleiades Orpheus would be to analyze light pollution over North America. At the start, we thought this would be a pretty simple mission to do, but we didn't realize how many factors could actually play into it. We first went with a masking technique, which ended up not working out because our flight computer couldn't handle that much complex analysis software. This is why we decided to move the image analysis and machine learning model to the ground station. Then, we tried using HSV color values to render color gradients to analyze pictures of the Earth from the satellite. Additionally, our team wrote code for the automated camera capture and communication with the ground station. We actually created our own custom communications code and worked around a lot of limitations in memory size, process speed, language, and radio bandwidth. We also got to learn a lot about the variety of tools and techniques ranging from analyzing PCBs to learning how to solder. These are some images of our team during the work days. These are skills that we had to pretty much learn on our own through a lot of research because we didn't have any classes at school that actually taught this. But thanks to MicroFam and the rest of Cal Poly Pomona ProofSkit team, the process was much simpler, and we saved a lot of time and resources. Throughout this process, we also acquired many key soft skills, including resourcefulness, critical thinking, and teamwork. Now, looking back at this project, we faced a lot of challenges, the most important one being knowledge transfer. One way we combated this was by holding weekly design reviews with updates in the form of slideshows on what each subsystem did that week to present to the rest of the team. This ensured that every single member on our team was able to understand each step of the process of building a satellite. It was also really great because the subsystems could essentially check each other's work for any overlaps or errors. After each design review meeting, members could ask each other questions, and then the slideshow would go into our documentation spreadsheet. The documentation sheet handled all of the information preservation, but how would we preserve all of the valuable skills we learned in the past 1.5 years? We eventually decided on recruiting interns, which were mostly underclassmen, to work directly under us. This way, we could have people on our team whose main focus was to learn all that they could from the seniors before graduation. As the mission software intern previously, I was able to learn from the mission software lead, Arush Khare, and work directly on the onboard camera and image analysis software on the ground. Now, moving on to more logistical issues, one of the most consistent hurdles was the process of ordering parts. Each purchase required a formal approval through our student government, and those approvals could only be processed once a week, on Tuesdays. This often slowed down our process and required careful planning to stay on schedule. Traveling for tests and launch-related events came with its own set of challenges. Anytime we needed to visit Stanford, Cal Poly Pomona, Cal Poly SLO for our vibration test, or Vandenberg for the launch, we had to go through a whole field trip approval process. This included getting the principal's sign-off, completing a bunch of paperwork, and securing chaperones. Additionally, there was also the whole problem of getting chaperones to come with us on these trips, so Mr. Fung had to take days off of teaching, which was a bummer. Another challenge we faced was the consistently changing time frame. We were originally supposed to launch in June of 2024, but that launch kept getting delayed month by month, which is something we needed to work around. Even though this was completely out of our control, it was something that threw us off a little bit, since we had to speed up or slow down our entire project. Right before the vibration test, we discovered a few issues relating to soldering and assembly. Because of the time crunch, we had to postpone our leaving time and ended up having to reassemble the whole CubeSat in a 3-hour van ride all the way to Cal Poly SLO's lab. This was not our finest moment, but it was definitely one of the most memorable. However, this is something that I especially intend to learn from when leading our next projects. After all of that, though, our team decided to drive down to Vandenberg to watch our satellite launch on Bandwagon 2. Seeing Pleiades Orpheus lift off into space was truly surreal because not many high schools can say that they've launched a satellite into space, so we're extremely grateful for this opportunity to do so. And even though we encountered a few challenges and made some mistakes, moving forward through our next projects, I'm confident that we can learn from them and accomplish even more than we did last time. The work on Pleiades Orpheus also inspired us to branch out into other cool projects within our school. I founded and I'm currently leading the Women in Satellite Engineering Initiative, or WISE initiative, which Ria will talk about shortly, and Srihari, who worked on the structures team for Pleiades Orpheus, will speak about Prometheus A.
Hi everyone, my name is Ria Chirikuri, and I'm currently a junior at Irvington High School. I serve as the software director for the WISE initiative. Launching our CubeSat into space was a major milestone, and in many ways it marked the beginning of a remarkable initiative. Throughout this process, we saw the firsthand impact of inclusive, student-led engineering, and that experience is what has led us to establish the WISE initiative, Women in Satellite and Engineering. Currently, our team is made up of 11 high school girls from across different grade levels and skill sets, but we're also actively recruiting new members who are passionate about STEM and eager to take on challenges. Our mission with WISE is to support and encourage more students, especially young women, to explore engineering through hands-on complex projects. Today, women make up only 21% of the engineering workforce, and representation in aerospace is even lower at a mere 18%. We're currently working to transform those numbers. As the first team of its kind in the nation, WISE brings together women from all backgrounds to learn, innovate, and engineer together. Right now, we're developing our next major project, the BalloonSat. It's a high-altitude weather balloon mission designed to measure the rate of ozone depletion and formation fluctuations above and below the stratosphere. As software director, I'm leading a team of engineers to build the flight software and use time series machine learning models to monitor ozone layer depletion and regeneration. Our code will enable the balloon to interface with integrated sensors, collect mission-relevant data, and use a Raspberry Pi to read, process, and transmit the information to the ground station. And this whole process will lay the groundwork for satellite builds for future WISE missions. Overall, this initiative is a lot more than just a school project. Whether it's through programming, hardware design, or systems integration, we're creating pathways for more girls to discover their passion in this field.
Following the incredible work we're doing at Irvington High with WISE, we wanted to take another step, not just further, but higher. That's where Prometheus Alpha comes in. Prometheus Alpha is a modular CubeSat mission, and it consists of two main programs, our primary mission and a rideshare program we call OrbitShare. Before we get into the specifics of OrbitShare, I want to introduce the primary mission that we're flying on board, RAD-OES. RAD-OES stands for Radio and Optical Environmental Surveyor and is a compact multi-modal CubeSat payload designed to investigate the impact of space weather, specifically solar flares and coronal mass ejections on radio frequency communications. It integrates UV and soft X-ray photodiodes for flare detection, energetic particle detectors for monitoring charged particle flux, and a software-defined wideband RF spectrum analyzer to capture real-time data across communication bands. A precision GPS module enables time-correlated analysis of solar events and RF anomalies, while onboard edge computing leverages AI-based filtering to autonomously identify and prioritize significant data. By combining solar and RF sensing in a single platform, RAD-OES aims to support the development of predictive models for an RF blackout forecasting and contribute to the advancement of space environment situational awareness and resilient communication systems. This mission is especially critical as we become more dependent on satellites, GPS, and wireless tech. Best of all, the data we collect will be fully open source, so others can build on what we discover. Now, Aman will talk about the second part of our program, OrbitShare.
Today, we're excited to introduce OrbitShare, our new multi-payload integration platform that enables multiple teams to deploy and operate independent small experiments or subsystems on a single CubeSat. This modular and distributed mission architecture is a first of its kind in the Pico satellite category, offering a flexible and scalable path to low Earth orbit for small research teams, startups, and academic institutions. While Prometheus is heavily inspired by our hands-on experience with Bronco Space's One New Proofs kit, it is being designed entirely from the ground up, integrating enhanced fault tolerance, thermal stability, and power optimization for extended mission endurance and performance. Prometheus Alpha's avionics are built around a custom flight computer featuring a radiation-hardened architecture, expanded I2C, SPI, and UART bus support, and real-time telemetry handling. From our lessons learned during the Palladius Orpheus mission, we are incorporating fully redundant dual-band radio transceiver systems to ensure resilient and high-throughput communications, even under adverse conditions. The primary radio stack supports both UHF and S-band operations, allowing us to balance low-latency command uplinks with high-speed data downlinks. These systems are supported by our ground station architecture, which includes a dedicated automated tracking system and network access via the TinyGS network, enabling near-global coverage for telemetry and payload data retrieval. We are also developing a custom power management and distribution system to support a variety of payload voltages and power profiles, along with independent watchdog timers and payload fault detection, ensuring each team's experiment runs safely and autonomously. With Prometheus Alpha, we're officially opening up to collaboration opportunities with external teams. Whether you're a passionate high school or university group with a small or big idea, or a research lab testing a novel sensor or communications protocol, or an industry partner looking to validate spaceflight hardware, we want to work with you. Your mission, our platform. Please visit our website to learn more, or even contact us for payload hosting opportunities. And be sure to come meet with us later.
As you can see, What started as just an idea became something much bigger. It's an opportunity to pave a path in representation and accessibility in aerospace innovation. Through projects like the WISE BalloonSat and Prometheus A, we're not just preparing for the future of engineering, we're actively shaping who gets to build that future. None of this would have been possible without the support from our amazing sponsors, mentors, and advisors. We want to extend a thank you to Michael Pham and the Cal Poly Pomona team for guiding us through this entire process, providing us with the proofs kit, and being available for us whenever we had questions. We also want to thank the Cal Poly SLO team and Jess Bleakley for helping us test our satellite, Isobel and Stanford's SSI for getting us started, and Miss Christy English and Apple for their generous donations to our project, and the MVROP program. But most importantly, we want to give a big thank you to Mr. Fung, who has been supporting us since day one. We would not be able to do any of this without him. As we share our progress through various nation-level aerospace conferences, we still aim to reach higher, aim to network, and receive as much feedback as we can from experts in the field. So, please feel free to find us at the conference. We would really love to connect with you all. Also, this is a QR code for our website and our contact information if any of you would like to take a picture. Thank you so much. Feel free to ask any questions.
So on the Prometheus Alpha mission, we still have yet to determine our total voltage, but right now we're looking at around 12 to 14 just for our payload, and we're looking to expand if we're going to add more. Can you repeat that, please? Can you repeat that, please? We're still in the prototyping phases of Prometheus Alpha, so we're not completely certain of what everything is going to be. Right now, we've just completed our first designs of our flight computer system, so I couldn't tell you what the total power draw is going to be yet.
We already launched Pleiades Orpheus, but right now he was talking about Prometheus Alpha, which is their next mission. Unfortunately, we only received packets for the first 5 days of the mission. After that, we believe a solar flare might have gotten to it. Yeah, it was a partial mission success.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I guess for the camera, we didn't really have like any propulsion, so we kind of just took a blast of we took a blast of like 10 images, and then we kind of we were supposed to send the largest file size down to the ground station.
Yeah, we used two magnet torquers to detumble the CubeSat, and the camera was was directly connected to the bottom of our Z- board. So yeah.
Thank you so much.
That was the end. Look at the top.
Thank you, Irvington High School. Please welcome Ivan Castro Fernandez from the Spanish Institute of Aerospace Technology, presenting formation flying of ANSAR cluster of CubeSats using differential drag control.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Ivan Castro Fernandez, and I'm working as a researcher at the National Institute of Aerospace Technology in Spain. And I'm here together with my workmate Cesar Arza, and my presentation is going to be focused on the formation flying of the ANSAR cluster of CubeSats using differential drag control. These are the contents of my presentation. So the idea is to start motivating the problem. So basically, why using differential drag control in CubeSats to do formation flying. Then I will give the methodology that we have used in our mission in ANSAR. Then I will continue with the in-orbit results of this more than 1 year of mission. And then I will finally draw some conclusions. Let us start with the motivation of the problem. So why flying information with CubeSats? Well, there are many reasons, but one of them could be to perform joint or collaborative operations between the satellites, between CubeSats. For example, by exchanging information through an inter-satellite link. Another possibility could be to distribute a large payload that could fit in a microsatellite or in a big satellite, but we distribute it into different parts that are boarded in the different CubeSats, for example. So you get a half of the payload in one satellite, another half in the other satellite, and we basically need to fly information in order to get the same, to acquire the same scientific data with both of them. And there are many more, let's say, applications. And how can we fly information with CubeSats? So the trivial solution is to use a conventional propulsion system, so either chemical or electrical. However, we know that it is challenging to fit a propulsion system in a CubeSat, because in the end, the volume and the mass are very much constrained in these small platforms. We can also use aerodynamic forces that are free and they are effective in low Earth orbit. However, we know that they are non-conservative forces and that we only go down if we use them. However, we will see that this is not, let's say, such a problem. We will see it. And there are other options, no? So in our case, we chose aerodynamic forces so that we don't have to, let's say, save space, reserve part of the satellite to fit a propulsion system. We save this space. So while this slide has already been explained by my colleague, Cesar Arza, I will focus in this slide on the application of formation flying within the ANSAR program at INTA. So in ANSAR water quality, which is now in orbit, we have a hyperspectral imager composed of a panchromatic camera and 2 spectrometers. And basically, the 3 satellites should be flying together in order to acquire the same piece of data and to analyze all the data at the same time. In ANSAR atmosphere, that is going to be launched in some years, the idea is to split a big payload into 4 spectrometers, each of them working in a different spectral range. And in QAnswer, it's about optical communications to do quantum key distribution. So it is super important to fly information, to keep this formation in time, and also the attitude determination and control system is critical here, because the optical communication should have almost a perfect pointing. Okay, so today's talk is going to be about answer water quality and in particular about the two followers that were flying now for more than 1 year, because the leader spare was launched in January this year. So the formation flying we have performed for the moment has been with the two followers. Let's see now the methodology. So to perform formation flying control, we identified two key elements. One of them is the deployable flaps. So while launching the satellite, the flaps are stowed, right? And at some point during the commissioning phase of the mission, these flaps were deployed by burning some wire. As you can see, among these flaps, we have 3 solar panels, and the other ones are made of carbon fiber. It doesn't matter, actually. The idea is to have as much wind surface as possible. In this case, we are achieving a ratio between the maximum and the minimum cross-sectional area of the satellites of 21:1, and this is a lot. And this leads to a high maneuverability. So the greater this ratio, the higher the maneuverability to perform the formation flying control. During the deployment of the flaps in both followers, what happened was that in the follower 2, they were fully deployed. However, in the follower 1, let's say 6 out of 7 panels were deployed, so 85% of the surface. Anyways, we learned, let's say, to operate in these conditions. It's not such a big deal in the end, but you just have less, not a ratio of 21:1, but a little bit less. Another key element in this mission is to have a complete attitude determination and control system. In our case, it's a commercial solution by CubeSpace that is composed of different actuators, such as reaction wheels and magnetorquers, and also several coarse and fine attitude sensors to have a knowledge of the attitude. For us, what is important is that we achieve 3-axis control. With this accuracy, 0.1 degrees. However, for formation flying, we identified that with 1 degree of accuracy, it's more than enough, should be more than enough. And why it's so important to have 3-axis control? Because it allows to change the angle of attack of the satellite, so the pitch angle. Okay? And this allows to change the drag profile, so that we can perform the differential drag maneuvers. So our methodology. So our idea is to use drag and lift, the two forces in orbit, in LEO, to control the relative position between the two followers. Okay? So we already applied differential drag maneuvers to do in-plane maneuvers, so longitudinal ones in the same plane. And we want to apply out-of-plane maneuvers by using differential lift, but this is still to be tested, because the problem with the lift is that in orbit it's about 10 times less than the drag. So in airplanes it's totally different, it's 10 times higher, but in orbit it's 10 times smaller. So either you have a very large surface or you have a large density in order to use it and to be effective. How does it work, the differential drag? So the idea is that if we have the follower, for example, the follower 1 and the follower 2, they are advancing like this. The idea is if we want to put them closer, we change the attitude of the follower 2 so that it has more drag, then it goes down, and this leads to a difference in the altitude, in the orbital altitude, that at the same time leads to a difference in the orbital velocity between them, because this one, which is closer to the Earth, is going to speed up, right? And then once we have achieved the distance we want, this one cannot go high, because, as I said, the forces are non-conservative. So this one needs to go down, and then again, with the same attitude. So this is the idea. And this is just the representation of in-orbit data while performing a change of attitude to do formation flying. This is, for example, the maximum drag attitude, so that the surface is perpendicular to the orbital velocity, and we keep it there for some time. So the maneuvers are computed on the ground. We have defined 4 formation flying control modes. The first one, mode 0, is what we call uncontrolled formation flying. So in this mode, we don't care that much about the separation between satellites. Here is denoted by S, and the differential altitude, denoted by delta H. We don't care that much about that. This mode is used, for example, while commissioning the rest of the subsystems during the first phase of the mission. In mode 1, we are interested in having a high or low rate of descent. So decreasing very, very quickly or very slowly the altitude of both of them. So we don't care that much, again, about the separation and the differential altitude, but we do care about the rate of change of the semi-major axis or the altitude, which is the same. So here, for example, in the plot below, we see how we pass from a low rate of descent to a high rate of descent. When is this interesting? For example, when you know that you are going to have a new component, a new satellite, like our leader S, you know the injection orbit altitude, and then you want to be as close as possible when it is launched. So this is what we did. So at some point, we decided to descend rapidly in order to catch the leader S as soon as it was injected in orbit. Mode 2 is what we call constant differential altitude. In this case, we do care about the separation and the differential altitude. Indeed, we do what we call a 3-step maneuvers. So basically, as I was explaining before, so the idea is to first create this differential altitude, and then keep the same attitude with both of them, but the altitude is constant, so that the separation is going to change at a constant rate, right? So the idea is to change the separation at a constant rate. And then when we reach the separation we want, we again leave a differential altitude of 0. So that's why it's 3-step, no? A first step to go down, then we get closer, and a third step to leave them at the same altitude. And mode 3, station keeping mode, is our finest mode, let's say. So we define a threshold in which the satellite must be, and then we do small corrections of differential altitude or even very short 3-step maneuvers. Let us see now the in-orbit results. So this is, I'm plotting here the separation between satellites, differential altitude, rate of change of the semi-major axis, or rate of descent, and the altitude of both satellites. So the two first are differential, let's say, so they are relative magnitudes, and the two last magnitudes, they are per each satellite. So that's why we separate follower 1 and follower 2. As I told you at the beginning, during the commissioning, the separation grew a lot, grew up to more than 10,000 kilometers. So they drifted away quite a lot because we didn't pay attention to we hadn't even deployed the flaps, so we couldn't do anything. And then at some point, we deployed the flaps, and we wanted to put them as close as possible. At the beginning, as you can see, we were learning. I mean, we tried, we say, okay, let us change the altitude, let us set a differential altitude of 1 kilometer, 1,000 meters. And then we saw that the separation between them was changing. And then we decided to increase this differential altitude. And we saw that the slope increased. So here it is shown that, well, that at this stage we realized that the differential drag maneuvers, they are effective. And that it's not like chemical propulsion super fast, but if you leave this effect long enough, you get the effect you want. So basically, you can put the satellites as close as you want. And then in the next period of the mission, we were doing firstly the high rate of descent, because we already knew the injection altitude of the leader S. Then we put them as even closer at about 100 kilometers, and we kept it there doing station keeping in the last mode. So these results demonstrate that the differential drag maneuvers are responsive and effective in low Earth orbit. We managed to decrease the separation from more than 10,000 kilometers to 100 kilometers, and we managed to do a station keeping to keep this distance between 100 and 200 kilometers. That for our purpose, for our payloads, is more than enough. It's some seconds of difference in orbit between the two satellites. Now, by zooming in the station keeping region, we define this threshold, 100 and 200 kilometers, and we managed to keep the separation there by performing short differential drag maneuvers. I have highlighted here the differential drag maneuvers that we performed. They are not many, 16 hours, 6 hours, it depends of one satellite in one attitude and the other in the opposite, and so on. And in the last period, we managed to leave it in the middle of the threshold, so 150 kilometers. This is as good as we can make it. As my workmate Cesar Arza mentioned, we were doing this open loop. So we needed to download the telemetry, the data, compute the maneuvers, load the maneuvers, and then wait. So the control, let's say the control cycle lasted for 1 day or so. So you cannot do a lot more, let's say. So for us, this was enough. And we were also able to identify experimentally an aerodynamic model for both satellites. In this plot, I'm representing the drag coefficient versus time of both satellites, and I'm also highlighting let's say the attitude of the satellites. If it was at minimum drag, 0 degrees of pitch, or at maximum drag, 90 degrees. In the case of follower 1. In the case of follower 2, remember that follower 2 had all the panels deployed. Follower 1 missed one of them. So follower 1, the maximum drag for this follower was 90 degrees. However, we computed in orbit that the follower 2 equivalent maximum drag to the follower 1 to be the same was 50 degrees of pitch. So we computed the drag coefficient by using the information from the two-line element, by using the V star, which is a kind of ballistic coefficient. And basically, by doing some statistical analysis, so here I'm showing the two histograms in both of the attitudes for both followers, and I take the average, and then we are able to identify the coefficients, the average coefficients for every satellite at the two attitudes of interest, 0 degrees, I mean minimum drag and maximum drag. This is very useful, for example, if we want to do simulations here on the ground, to compute the maneuvers, or even to load an autonomous formation flying control system and having, let's say, previously identified experimentally the aerodynamics of the system. I know this is not fully correct because we see that it varies a lot because there are many uncertainties like the density and so on, but it's a first model, let's see, and it's based on experimental data. Finally, the conclusions. So well, we have seen that the differential aerodynamic forces, drag and lift, are powerful and natural resources in LEO orbit, and they are very useful for formation flying of CubeSats. The two key elements have been having a large ratio between the maximum and minimum areas of the satellite so that the differential maneuvers are effective, and also being able to control the attitude of the satellite in the 3 axes. We think that the Answer mission has achieved its formation flying objectives. However, we do have some future works to do. Now, with the new leader, we want to perform the formation flying control between the followers and the leader, and when the altitude is low enough, at 450 kilometers or so, we want to start using differential lift to see its effect. And the final goal of this research in Answer and in the future missions is to perform the formation flying control autonomously, so running on board and in closed loop. So we don't care about anything on the ground, and the maneuvers are completely autonomous, and the control cycle is smaller. So we think that the formation flying is going to be even more precise. So with this, I finish. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will be glad to answer your questions if there is time. Otherwise, see you outside during the coffee breaks or the lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan Castro-Fernandez. Please welcome Paris Chrysos from the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, presenting CubeSat development, enthusiasm, clock reset, and collective intimacy for innovation.
So, hello everybody. I will try to keep it short in case you are looking forward for the lunch break. So it's I'm very glad to be here the second time. First time was 7 years ago when I was starting my research on CubeSats. So I come from Athens, the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, and so that was the university I studied before. It's wrong. And I'm in the Department of Digital Industry Technologies. What I will talk about, most of it has been in the book I recently published, which is called CubeSats, Invading and Shaping the Space Industry, along with Francesco Appio. So it's about CubeSats seen from the perspective of industry and the perspective of science. I did a series of interviews in 6 different countries around the world, and I was interested in studying CubeSats at the level of the team. Okay, so what I found is that CubeSat is a potential disruption of the industry and a potential paradigm shift in scientific projects, in actually how science is taught and how science is advanced. So I saw in the city that Cal Poly is known for learning by doing. So that's quite what happens in CubeSat projects as well. But with an accent, a focus on exploration. It's not like learning by repeating something somebody else has already done, but it's learning by exploring, actually. So 3 features that I think that characterize CubeSat developments that are distinctive, that differentiate this technological development than the technological development we see, for instance, in industry. The first one is enthusiasm for contributing to a potential paradigm shift. This enthusiasm has already been witnessed before I speak by the students of Prometheus and Orpheus projects, and it's what I also met in the field. So that is very important when you deal with innovation. So when you deal with innovation, you, by definition, you go to unknown places, to situations and challenges you have never faced. So having the enthusiasm is what can fuel your exploration to overcome the unknown with a positive attitude and constructive ideas. The second one is what we call a place for collective intimacy. I want to develop a little bit about that, to host the living process for the technological development. So CubeSat development, it's not like the rigid industrial normative standard way, and thing is that to the extent that you're innovating, it cannot be such a strict process. And the third one is what I call clock reset. That means that in a way, CubeSat reset the clock of space technology development into the early days. They kind of write history all over again, but without actually forgetting what has been done, but rather than drawing a parallel path to space. So just some because I come from both engineering and management background, some highlights about the limits of standard technological management. So project management, you all, more or less, you have heard about the Gantt chart by Mr. Gantt was an American engineer, introduced it in over a century ago, and it's the favorite, the golden standard. Everybody likes it and everybody uses it, but the thing is, they maybe use it too much, because Gantt himself said that it's conceived for routine workers, not experts like artists, designers, engineers, investigators, and inventors. So the problem is, so the Gantt chart is very simple. You say deadline task. This task has to be done until then. The thing is that to the extent that the task is not yet very well defined, the deadline, you're not sure that it will work out. So that doesn't mean that you shouldn't set a deadline, but it means that to the extent that you are doing something original, you should wait that perhaps it won't work out this way. So, and that's what happens a lot. The more innovative are the CubeSat emissions. The second one is about modularity. So if you are an industrialist, you want to have modularity. Why? Because you have different parts, different teams. They can work independently and work in parallel. The thing is that the designers of modular systems must know a great deal about the inner workings of the overall product or process for this to work. So to the extent that you're doing something new, you shouldn't expect that a modular architecture should work. For instance, if you say, okay, EPS is one team, comms another team, and so on, so you take the units of a satellite and work independently, at the end of the day, you shouldn't expect that they will work together if you haven't prepared that in the previous steps. So for those who wait to expect a standard process, that can be an anathema. That's a term used by somebody who is familiar with both sides of the industry, because it's not at all what some industry would expect to see as a procedure, or an error of youth of somebody who actually was frustrated by not having a streamlined process. However, if you embrace the exploration, if you don't expect that it will happen, it's not business as usual. And if you embrace that, you are getting to see the overall product fully built, and building it was quite nice. So it's very rare to have the experience of an entire object that you contributed in be in the sky, and that's what causes the enthusiasm of many people. And teams enjoy a great autonomy in the development process, as one cannot expect that industrial standard would apply as usual. So those who oversee CubeSat projects and know what a CubeSat project is, they don't expect either that you are working with a strict standard process. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a CubeSat. So standard management norms just provide some structure, but shouldn't be expected that it's like the Bible. So an example of the limits of modularity is, so one of the satellites I studied was UPSat, which was one of the early open source and free software satellites. I'm very interested about the F prime project in NASA I discovered now. This was one early example, and the good thing for me as a researcher was that there were no NDAs, everything was online, so I could study its software. And you see that, so you see that if it were a modular structure, it would be only the diagonal, but you have a sort of an L at the component element number 3, which has 6 contributors on that. So, which actually worked as a backbone, and turns out it was a module that transposed the ECSS standard to the level of the nanosatellite, and this worked as a backbone of collaboration to define the different services, the different elements, and to help know what should have been done. So the enthusiasm, as Professor Puig-Suari told me in an interview, it started as an educational project, and that's part of why the innovation kind of worked. And later on, another professor, PI of UPSat, said, believe it or not, it all started by our student. And actually, student enthusiasm was in the beginning, but it also is perpetual in a way. So it's a permanent fuel of new ventures that makes many fresh starts, and that's how it all goes so fast. It's one of the motives. So it's a CubeSat development is a challenge for outsiders. Many of you have been here for the first time, and it's a challenge for you, and that's very important for the entire technology to advance. It's a dream for personal fulfillment and accomplishment. It's important to make something that it will go next to the stars. It's the magic of developing something that will go to the sky, an opportunity to put one's skills in action and expand them, not a routine project, and pride to participate, especially when the development is about the first satellite when you have an original mission, like the first CubeSat to go to the moon, the first CubeSat to be open source, or the first CubeSat to do something that a large, expensive satellite wouldn't have been able to do. It's something that inspires the teams and makes everybody to want to contribute beyond what they already can do. So it's learning by doing, and mostly learning by going beyond yourself through a team. So that causes an issue. So while the project inspires pride, we see it's a justified pride. We saw the pride of the students before to contribute to a space project. Then what happens to the egos at the level of the team? Because often pride and egos go hand by hand. So an example I've seen and that is developed in the book is that an engineer wanted to make an onboard computer that would be perfect, delaying the integration and the testing of the overall CubeSat. So there were some issues that weren't able to be spotted, and that didn't help. So I will try to be short. How to overcome this is the notion of collective intimacy in between the public and the private spheres, where new identities can be explored, both personal and technological. So a project manager from ASU said, there can't be any ego. Everybody is learning and teaching from each other. We have a couch, chairs, and a place where people can come in and listen to music. I'm trying to make it more a place you want to be. So it was like a coffee shop with a bench, and people could elaborate on their aspirations beyond the formal task division. The code reviews, the guys were like, I get naked in front of the other. So mission accomplishment and personal fulfillment go hand by hand, and it's worth setting up a space where that can be done collectively and not individually. And the functional value of that is that unexpected issues can be shared as they appear in the process. So in a conference award in management said, and I've spoken of one of my early work in CubeSat, said, is this a real satellite? The truth is that not everything fits in the box, and that's by design, because if you want it to be a student project, you want it to end someday soon. So what happens is that you transpose elements of a standard satellite at the nano level. It's like making a fresh start. And I have not much time, so I won't go much into the theory of disruption, but everybody talks about it. So Christensen from Harvard said that, well, a disruptive technology may take some time to have the performance established technologies have, but once they get, they advance much faster. So that's what is kind of happening with CubeSats as well, because of the choice to use off-the-shelf electronics and to be in the dynamics of that industry. And I end with this slide, and thank you for your time. So Thomas Kuhn, who talked about scientific revolutions in his seminal work, said, how an individual invents or finds he has invented a new way of giving order to data, now all assembled, must remain inscrutable and maybe permanently so. Let us here note that only one thing about it. Almost always, the men who achieve these fundamental inventions of a new paradigm have been either very young or very new to the field whose paradigm they change. So this is what I presented 7 years ago here, and I'll close with that. We see the functions of the ECSS standard and functions of the UPSat, a CubeSat. 9 services, it's actually services. 9 services were ignored. 4 services were implemented as such, and then there was another 5 services that have been transformed. It's what they say, a new way of giving order to data. So it's a new way to reinvent what we already know from space industry in the small scale. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'm all ears. Or otherwise, we can talk about during the lunch break. Thank you very much. Okay, see you later.
Thank you, Paris Chrysos. We will now break for lunch and resume presentations at 1 p.m.
Welcome back. As a reminder, only coffee and water are allowed in the main hall. You can eat in the pavilion room and watch the presentations as needed. Next up is Naresh Dio from Visionary Solutions.
Good afternoon. My name is Naresh Deo, and today I will be speaking about a new generation of transceivers for communication and radar for CubeSats. But before I start, let's give it up for all the volunteers who make this thing a great success. Thank you. What I will be talking about is generally what is the motivation for coming up with a new generation of transceivers for CubeSats, and that will be followed by what are the prerequisites for transceivers that would be suitable for CubeSats, and what are the technologies that have been evolving during this last decade or so, and also look at what frequency ranges or frequency bands are available today for use in CubeSats and other small satellites as well. And some of the developments in the state of the art that are responsible for the evolution or the new generation that has been created in the recent past. We'll talk about some of the examples and finally draw some conclusions from that. So I think all of you are familiar with what a transceiver looks like. It has a transmitter stage and a receiver stage, and how it's connected to the antenna depends on the particular scheme you choose, either a diplexer or a switch or some other technology. So what are the motivations for developing a new generation? Transceivers, which are transmitters and receivers, have been available for a long time. But with the need for greater data rates and for larger bandwidth, it becomes necessary to upgrade the existing transceivers and transmitters. Then also, as CubeSats are getting more and more payload crammed into them, the idea is to reduce the swap, which is size, weight, and power consumption, as well as the cost of these transceivers, because they are an essential part of, I believe, every single CubeSat. There has to be some way to communicate with ground or other satellites, as well as for those CubeSats that have a radar or a remote sensor on it. They also need some kind of a transmitter. Furthermore, there are more and more availability of software-defined radios today. So the new generation of transceivers should be able to interface with commercially available CARTS-type software-defined radios. Then, in terms of high data rate and some kind of a scalability, these transceivers should be able to produce RF output power from below a watt to much greater than 30, 40 watts. So that's another requirement. And of course, one wants to have these things commercially available. So those who are designing new payloads put their focus on the payload itself and not on the bus or on the transceiver for communication or for radar purpose. So what are the prerequisites? First of all, as I discussed, it should have a low swap, size, weight, and power consumption, as well as cost. And here are some, again, in the interest of time, you can read what are the prerequisites. They should be affordable. They should be as low in power consumption as possible, and hopefully less than half a kilogram in weight for most applications. From performance requirements, I would rather most likely at this time focus on frequencies between 8 and 76 gigahertz. That is roughly X band to E band or W band in band nomenclature, and transmit power from around a watt to 25 watts. They have to be broadband in nature to allow high linearity, which is necessary for high data rate transmission. And obviously, there should be pretty reliable or very reliable in a space environment. And then again, modularity of design and ability to produce them in large quantities by the production companies so that they can be of affordable cost and can be a cost item. And very quickly, the typical application of CubeSat transmitters are in communication system, data transfer systems, which are largely downloading data from scientific and other sensors as well. Then for other emerging uses for these transceivers. And again, rather than going into all of them, we know the radar bands have very specific frequencies that are permitted from space, and same applies to communication and data transfer. I would like to talk a little bit in this presentation about the higher frequencies, because as your need for larger and larger data rates or quantity of data arises, one needs to go to greater bandwidth, and therefore the higher frequencies are much more suitable for that purpose. And of course, FCC and other regulatory bodies throughout the world have now started providing higher frequencies for this purpose. So what are the technologies that I would like to discuss, or innovations and developments? One is power amplifier, because essentially power amplifiers are an important part of any transceiver or anything that has to send data down. Then additive manufacturing, which very often is called 3D printing or other names, has become very important in these transceivers as well as in other parts of CubeSats. Surface mountable components, these are electrical and electromechanical components that can be mounted on surface as opposed to large components, have made a big difference in this new generation of transceivers. Then thermal management methods and how to implement them is very relevant to this new generation. Availability of cast components, which is commercial off-the-shelf components for use in space, and the design philosophy of new space, which really applies to CubeSats really well, is helpful. And then there is a serious growth in supplier base for transceivers and other electronic and CubeSat components. So all those have contributed to the advances and advances in the CubeSat transceivers. So I'll briefly talk about semiconductor devices, in particular gallium nitride, which is used in power amplifiers, has seen tremendous advances both in its capability and its cost reduction in the past decade. So it's possible to produce much greater power at higher efficiency and therefore lower use of prime power into those. CubeSats are particularly very conscious, very concerned about power consumption. These devices can run at pretty high temperature, which means they can be reliable at high temperature and produce large amounts of power. And certainly they can transmit powers from a couple of watts to 50 watts in single device with pretty high power added efficiencies, 20 to 50% efficient. Now, advances in thermal design have to do with innovations which have taken place in other parts of technology, not necessarily in space technology. So the oscillating heat pipes or pulsating heat pipes, synthetic graphite, nanofibers, and so on, which can be used as interface material in layers. Other thermal designs of printed circuit boards, so it's possible to make a transceiver even at high frequency on a PC board, as opposed to other media. And as a result, it's possible now to have a pretty high power level in transmitters and transceivers, and with great deal of reliability and high efficiency. In a presentation tomorrow, there will be people talking about both thermal management as well as oscillating heat pipes. So I will leave it for that presentation. And again, I think I have already stated the advantages of good thermal management. And certainly there are many new materials which are being used as substrates. They are listed at the bottom of this slide that also allow a very efficient removal of heat from the active devices. So that also has now become easily available for all kinds of circuits. Next, surface mountable components. Typically, we have been using large discrete parts with leads and with wiring. That's no longer the case. With surface mountable devices, we can mount these electronic devices such as power amplifiers, receivers, even duplexers and diplexers on a circuit board, and that reduces the size as well as much more efficient use of overall space and, of course, the mass. We have now multifunction assemblies. That means they are a lot more than just a single function that are available in surface mountable devices, which makes the circuit a lot more compact and high density in nature. Now, active electronically scanned arrays, which are the new generation of antennas and new generation of steering of beam, that also is possible because of availability of surface mountable devices. And then finally, the silicon technology, which was previously not that suitable for space use, has now come of age, and silicon RF components are now rapidly displacing other technologies. And they are also surface mountable much more readily than prior discrete components. And I discussed additive manufacturing in the context of heat pipes, but additive manufacturing of various non-electrical components has come of age as well. So antennas, filters, waveguide structures, power combiners, and many other components can now be realized using additive manufacturing, which reduces the cost, size, weight. One advantage of additive manufacturing for many components is that we don't need screws or fasteners or anything else. The product is completely manufactured without any machining or other operations. So that further reduces the mass and the size of componentry. There are many other advantages of additive manufacturing, one being that you can mass produce some components and therefore reduce the cost of those components. And certainly this helps in the availability of parts for CubeSats. So this is particularly pertinent to CubeSats because they need every possible help they can get in both size, mass, as well as in their cost. Then again, we cannot overemphasize in the CubeSat community about availability of CARTS components. And that is particularly for parts that the payload designer is not developing themselves. So if somebody is developing a hyperspectral radiometer or spectrometer, they won't have to worry about a transceiver to take their data down to ground stations or earth stations. They can rely on CARTS parts, just like is the case with reaction wheels and other parts of a CubeSat payload. The new space philosophy, which is certainly prevalent not just in CubeSats, but also in small satellites and even in geo orbit for reasons which are obvious. The cost and the time to develop a product and time to develop a whole satellite payload is greatly reduced by following this new space philosophy and design methods. So that is certainly applicable to transceivers that are to be produced for use in CubeSats and other small satellites. And needless to say, again, that standardization and modularity are really key to anything for CubeSats and small sats. By designing transceivers using formats which are directly applicable to CubeSats. It certainly helps in every other aspect, such as cost and time to develop a final product. So, and what is great is that there are many vendors and commercial suppliers that are currently available for these components. So that makes it easy. Again, this presentation is not long enough time to go over all the suppliers. So I would be available to discuss suppliers for transceivers or parts thereof that are currently available. One of the objectives I had for talking about this and my interest in transceivers for CubeSat is to take them to the next level in their capability, performance, and obviously in their affordability. Anyway, I believe I have discussed this briefly because I want to leave some time for potential questions. So, so one thing I would say that during the past few years, or maybe during the past decade, there has been a lot of effort in creating derating guidelines and other qualification protocols for components which particularly are beneficial for transmitters, power amplifiers that is, and also for transceivers. So having these protocols and standards of testing allows manufacturers to do a testing once or a derating once, and then the item can be made available as commercial off-the-shelf items. So that certainly is yet another dimension of improvement in the next generation of transceivers and transmitters. Conclusion is that I think we can be sure that the next generation of transceivers will be will significantly enhance the capability of CubeSat developers. Thank you very much. Any questions? If there are no questions, I will ask myself a question and answer it. And that is, when and where does one look for these transceivers? So in my opinion, they are beginning to become available. Again, I am a big missionary for higher frequencies because my own field is microwave and millimeter waves. So, so therefore, I am also looking at how high in frequency can you obtain a CART's power amplifier or transceiver or transmitter. And I was at the Small Sat conference in Utah, and there were at least 2 companies from South Africa that had a CubeSat S-band and X-band transceiver available as a standard item, and they actually were in the process of making a Ka band at 25 gigahertz transceiver available. Thank you very much. There's still time for one more question. Thank you. Yes, thank you. I will be available at any coffee break, and especially if there are cookies, I will be right next to them.
Thank you, Naresh Deo. Join me in welcoming our next speaker, Owen Cromley from Washington University in St. Louis.
Everybody knows, who's done anything ever, that there are going to be obstacles if you have any kind of project, especially when it comes to getting to space. A lot of these obstacles, especially the infrastructural ones, have been largely taken down by the CubeSat standard, by the accessibility of prototyping services and commercial flight. But it doesn't matter because or rather, let me rephrase myself. that does not remove all the obstacles, because if you're trying to start a new team, like we did, you're going to find that there are certain things that you have to overcome infrastructurally. These are things like skills and experience, organizational timeline, and putting together a group that can stay together and work functionally. And so this presentation is about our ground station, but it's also about our organization as a club and the choices that we made and the choices that we didn't make. And I hope that this might be useful to anybody who is trying to form a new group or who is a part of a relatively new group. So here's our ground station. I've compiled a lot of pictures of it, and right away you can see that there are certain choices that we have made. First, I'll go over, we have a relatively modest RF front end with all the elements that you would expect. I'll talk in more detail about it later. We made the choice that for our RF components, for example, we wanted to go relatively custom, make our own PCBs. We also made our own antenna with an aluminum boom and about 18 elements per array, circular polarization. And you can see, I'll go over this stuff in more detail later, but this is the gist of what our ground station is. We made it over the course of the past 2 semesters. We started a little bit over the summer with about 7 members in a club we had just started in the spring. We recruited in the fall, and everybody was working in earnest on this project and on one other project, which is called ERIS, which is a research collaboration with the school. I won't be talking about that, but I'll be talking about this. And who is our team? So like I said, we started last spring with a small number of members. Now we have a lot more support from our school, and that's really great. You can see everybody in our team. You can see some people in our team. You can see the first couple members that started out, and you can see us at a poster session. So here are the things I'm going to be talking about. I'm going to be talking about the choices that we made in order to organize ourselves for success. I'll talk about our experience building a ground station, and then I'll share some reflections on these. First of all, organization for success. So at the very start of any project or any team, you are already making trade-off decisions. The ones that we decided we liked are we want to invest in the skill development of all of our members, and we want to treat any project with the seriousness of space. Okay, what does that actually mean, right? Those are just words on a screen. We decided that this ground station, because it's less constrained of a project, it's less difficult of a project, it's less timeline constrained, size, weight, and power constrained, it is a good opportunity to invest in ourselves rather than something we want to simply get done and move on. And so these values that we chose mean that we disregard other things a little bit, such as strict minimization of our budget. We had about a $6,000 to $7,000 budget, which we're about meeting. We also don't necessarily optimize our design speed, because if we have a small number of members who are able to do a lot of the stuff, that can cut out younger members, which is not necessarily good for knowledge transfer or club longevity. So we're fine discarding those 2 things. And then the last thing that we also have a trade-off with is our ability to be flexible. And I'll talk more about that in a bit. So first, let's talk about how we organize ourselves as a team and how we organize this specific project. We use something that is relatively standard in industry, which is constraints and requirements. We start, if you look, you can see this is rec 1.1.1. You can see 2.1.1, because we start with very basic high-level requirements, and then we work our way down. These change over the course of our design, and they make testing easier. But another thing that they do that, that is really valuable to us is that they kind of democratize the access to information. So say you're a new member, and you're not working on designing the antenna itself. You still have the ability to see every single requirement, every single goal that other people are working on. So if you have interest, the door is a little bit more open to you, rather than, I didn't come to the work session, therefore I don't know what's going on. And also, it's just the fact that it's an industry standard thing makes it inherently beneficial, because it's something that's tried and true. Another thing that we decided is that to use a responsible engineering model. Everybody who's on an undergraduate team, or any team of any kind, has the right, in our view, to see something that they're building from start to finish, rather than having it get shuffled around or taken over by somebody else. Yeah, this is another thing that's relatively industry standard, but what does it look like in practice for us? We make things very, very explicit. So if you have a certain component that is your job, we call you a point of contact. It's a magical word where I can say, hey, what's the point of contact for the receiver? What's the point of contact for our bandpass filter? What's the point of contact for some software infrastructural component? And it also means that you know you're in charge of something. And then one other thing that we do is we have review cycles very, very often. We have a PDR, a preliminary, and then a final design review, and then potentially another one in the middle, or a repeat. You can see there's tons of writing here. And there's also comments of feedback from other people who are experienced but not on our team. And we see the following benefits of it. First of all, it stops any kind of integration issues that we're going to have. For example, our antenna needs to be rotated by a rotator arm. And those two things need to be compatible. If the rotator arm is metal and it's in the near field of the antenna and that's unplanned for, that's an integration issue. That gets prevented when we have a review of both the antenna and the plan for the control arm, and we discuss it as a team. Not only does it do that, but it can also give people deliverables to work for before we're actually buying things and building things and putting things together. Even if we're at an early stage in the process, there's always a deliverable, there's always something we can put a timeline on to, and there's always something that you can build towards. And then lastly, it gives everybody the opportunity to talk about what they're doing and to be vulnerable with other people. If you're siloed away and you're making something and you anticipate that there's going to be some problems about it, this is what gives you a venue to talk about those potential problems and get help from other people, which in a team where everybody is a new member, as we have been over the past year, well, we found that to be pretty valuable. But we'll have some more thoughts on that later when we get to the last section. And one more thing we noticed before I'll talk about our actual ground station in more detail is that the principles that we start off with have a slightly different meaning for different domains. So for me, as our lead for electronics and for the people on our team, it has meant do it as custom as possible and learn. Right? I talked about how we decided to make our own RF PCBs. There is no engineering need for that. There are plenty of products. It is a known solution. But by doing it ourselves, we practice that skill. We learn the theory that we need to know. And that means we're more equipped for space. On the structural side, it's more about analysis. So everything gets CAD'd, and everything is held to a very high factor of safety. And even if our antenna doesn't need to withstand 90 miles an hour winds, for example, why not make the choice that we can design it such that it can? And then on the software side, it looks pretty different from both of those things because you don't necessarily want to do everything yourself. There's tons of open source tools and projects that exist that you want to leverage. And so it looks a little bit different for software. So, building a ground station. Yay. Now we can actually get to the meat and bones. In terms of open source software, we use gpredict. This is something that many ground stations are going to use. It's very ubiquitous, and it's also an open source thing that would be very difficult to utilize ourselves. So we save some time, in this case, by using an open source tool. Likewise, even sometimes for hardware, that becomes a good choice as well. When it comes to controlling our azimuth and elevation motors, there is an interface board that somebody made. You can see 5 to 9 years ago, depending on the file. And that's a solved problem that we won't have to worry about for an issue that is not applicable to later missions. This is the only example of a time in which we're going to be using Yaesu motors to control a ground station. And so that's not something that's very useful to us. In that case, we leverage open source and save ourselves the time to focus on things that are more applicable, such as the RF engineering side of things. What we did do on a software side ourselves is the infrastructural stuff. And so the design philosophy for this has been to make things as modular as possible and to expose generic APIs. So in the case of our infrastructure, we use a generic API on both sides so that we can connect to not only our transceiver, but any generic transceiver, such as an AWS ground station instance, which we can use to ensure a wider range of coverage of our ground station link to a satellite that does not depend on whether it's close enough to our ground station to detect, and that can be controlled on a software side from the same interface as everything else. And so what that looks like is we use an open source tool called Grafana. There's another one called OpenMCT that is also very common. We decided that we didn't want to use OpenMCT because it is more specifically geared towards satellite. And the fact that Grafana is a little bit more of a general tool means that it gets larger support. And so the lesson learned there is that if you look properly, you can find the right open source tool to use, as opposed to just using the first option. And it's pretty. For our RF design, so we use low noise amplifier on the receiving side because of its low noise factor, and it's the very first amplifier in our chain. For our power amp, we used one that was used by another design team. It was built by an amateur radio person. And for our antenna, like we said, we made it ourselves. And if you're not familiar, well, probably everybody's familiar with the MSAT spreadsheet. This is a tool that's existed for a long time that allows people to work out their link budgets. And we, after coming up with our design, selecting the ICs that we wanted to use, put it all into the spreadsheet, and did a lot of analysis on our antenna. We determined that we have an EB over N naught threshold of about 10 decibels, which is what we target if we're using BPSK. If we're using a different modulation scheme, it's going to be a bit lower. We'll probably end up using BPSK on our satellite itself as initially planned. But once we've been able to do a bit more testing, we'll be able to see, as for compatibility with other satellites using different modulation schemes. And so this is something that I personally spent a lot of time on. The title is Antenna Design Can Be Easy. Why do I say can? Because Yagi antennas, which is an extremely common choice, obviously basically the default choice for directionality in a ground station, is a very solved problem with lots of designs that exist. However, if you impose some constraints on yourselves, like I want something that's not going to bend very much, and something that's going to be very durable. In other words, I want a metal boom. This can make things a little bit more complicated, not because correcting for a metal boom isn't a solved problem, but because your own geometry might differ from that which is used by other designers. The boom correction numbers that we were able to find from other people have been for a circular metal boom with elements mounted through it and either contacting it or non-contacting it, deciding on your choice. But our own antenna used a square boom with side mounting, and getting a standard number for that was not necessarily straightforward. What that meant is that we took this large parameter space and we did a lot of simulations on our own. I built a script, this script in fact, that can take in higher level qualities of your antenna and can make that compatible with simulations such that you can figure out, you can answer certain questions. The one I wanted to answer when I was making this was to ask myself, hey, something I don't know is how much does the fidelity of the measurements that I'm making on an antenna affect that antenna's performance? And I found that as long as you do a good job and you're careful with it, in other words, if you're within about a millimeter, you have no performance difference. And in fact, if you're off in position by a certain amount, if you're off in length by a certain amount, if you're off in angle by a certain amount, we can know how much that's expecting to affect us. And nonetheless, there were other things that we weren't necessarily able to encounter in simulation. And this is where we ran into a very particular problem that was somewhat costly in timeline and gave us a very valuable lesson learned. We found that boom correction was something that we couldn't figure out from simulation, or at least very easily, or at least using the tools that we had, and so we decided to use flexible test equipment to just find this out ourselves. Once we switched to flexible test equipment, such as these movable elements, such as using concentric adjustable elements to change length at will, we were able to get these numbers very easily, much more easily than analysis alone would have given us, and we have an antenna that works. Similar thing with structures, FEAs, we found we did FEAs on everything, even when there were material constraints, such as in our rotator arm, we were still able to find that we would be okay, and that's great. And those skills of just being able to do this analysis, being able to make CAD of anything, is going to, it makes it easier for us to do future missions. And then last thing is some of our experiences. So if you look at the top, you'll see some pretty scraggly looking pieces of test equipment. And if you look at the bottom, you'll see relatively much more beautiful pieces of test equipment. If you're in a case where your testing is more iterative with your design, you test, you change your design, you test, you change your design, always, always, always invest in robust test equipment. That is always going to be worth it. You should spend most of your time making your test equipment and a smaller amount of time running your tests themselves. Another thing is talk to your local hams. There are resources out for you, whether it's ham radio, whether it's another application. There are always people who know what they're doing. And even if you're like us, an entirely undergraduate-led team, an entirely undergraduate, mostly undergraduate staffed team, you still know that there are resources out there if you know where to look and if you decide to ask. And then another thing is custom RF PCBs. This was a choice we made that could and was a little bit bad for our timeline. So it was really, really good because we learned how to tune a line. We learned how to manufacture a PCB, which I hadn't done before. And but we found trying to solder it ourselves, we'd get solder bridges. And solder bridges are very undesirable. And so I would definitely recommend, if you're a undergraduate team, or if you're somebody who has lower experience in PCBs, to use a pick-and-place machine, or to do to have assembly with your fabrication rather than to do assembly yourself. Our experience with individual ownership, we found that this does need to be balanced with your ability to be flexible. If you have a single person assigned to every single component, and one of those people stops showing up, or one of those people ceases to have the amount of time necessary, or finds that they're not able to do that thing, there is now a hole in your structure. And so you do need to be willing, and this is a case-by-case basis thing with everything, to know when to step in, and to know when to move things around a little bit, or to offer help to people, or to be less strict. And then requirements. This is great for documenting the things that you want to do and your goals, but you should also document assumptions. For example, I will give 2 examples. With the design of the Yagi, I spent a lot of time trying to make it so that this design would be perfect, because when we were analyzing our link budget, we made there was a mistake made that meant that the bar for performance was set much higher than it needed to be. And another example is I gave a description to somebody of what might be used for a balun component that turned out to be incorrect. But because we formalized our requirements, that meant that these were given an inherent amount of trust by other people. And so not only do requirements and goals need to be documented, assumptions need to be rigorously, rigorously documented. And then the last thing we learned is that ground stations are very, very fun. Thank you all. I don't have time for questions, unfortunately, other than about a minute. So if anybody would like to ask one question, I can have time for that. All right, well, thank you everybody very much.
Thank you, Owen Cromley. Please welcome Erin Estrada and Jennifer Ortez.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Ortiz. Thank you guys for being out here today to see our presentation. I'm an astrophysics major, third year at Sonoma State University, and I'm also a student assistant for this 3U CubeSat project.
Hi, my name is Aaron John Estrada. So I'm an electrical engineer and a CubeSat engineering assistant here at Sonoma State University and at the SSU Irion. And we're going to present about our ground station operations with the collaboration of many undergraduate students.
So a little overview of what we'll talk about today. We'll start off with the student collaboration under NASA's IMAP mission, and then we'll get into some ground stations roles in the ultra-high frequency CubeSat missions and how we get it to become a successful project, some system architecture, and then the ground station testing that goes along with the system architecture, the link budget breakdown, and some challenges and solutions we face with this project.
Perfect. So our collaboration is actually to complement NASA's IMAP mission. IMAP stands for Interstellar Mapping and Acceleration Probe, which is a NASA program that really allows universities to create a CubeSat and to be launched to space in order to do scientific research on energies on space such as solar winds and etc. And of course, this program is to develop a hands-on research experience for students and to generate or to develop a pipeline, a learning pipeline for all undergraduate students for space science and engineering. So this collaboration is between 3 universities, Sonoma State University, University of New Hampshire, and Howard University to build a CubeSat satellite together.
So the main purpose of the IMAP student collaboration is to study the thermosphere and ionosphere. And this is where the Earth's magnetic field interacts with the sun's solar wind. This then generates something called aurora cusps. As if you can see in this image, it's kind of these 2 tornado-looking objects. And so a process that happens in this aurora cusp region is electron precipitation. And then this causes the process or the property of neutral atomic oxygen density to change. And so this is what we're studying for our project. And so this is a visual of the aurora cusps from below the atmosphere as seen from the human eye. And so this is basically, we're determining how Earth's polar upper atmosphere responds to these electromagnetic fields, the solar wind, and the electron precipitation that happens with it.
So before I go over to our ground station, I'm going to talk over a little bit of the main 2 modules that is really significant for our CubeSat mission, which is the EnduroSat onboard computer and the UHF transceiver. These modules are actually an off-the-shelf component from EnduroSat, which is an aerospace company based from the European Union, particularly from Bulgaria. So essentially, the UHF transceiver, it operates, of course, to ultra-high frequencies. So whatever we want to send a critical data or critical command from the ground station to the CubeSat, that UHF transceiver will receive that command from the ground station and pull it to the onboard computer. Vice versa, if the onboard computer needs to send a telemetry data back to the ground station for further scientific research, the onboard computer will send it to the UHF transceiver, and then UHF transceiver will send it back to the ground station. Basically, that's the mailman of our main CubeSat. So the onboard computer, on the other hand, this is the main satellite's brain. It is the central processing unit of the whole satellite system. All the sensor data coming from the sensors will go to this module. And whatever the ground station is giving a critical command or command uplink to the CubeSat. The OBC will receive it from the UHF and then digest it for further processing. So, yes. And then here's the ground station role of in UHF CubeSat missions. Well, number one, as I said earlier, we're trying to send a data from the ground station to the CubeSat. So what's that data? That data code is TLE. So this is really important for command uplink. The TLE is a way or like a data to be sent to the CubeSat in order for the CubeSat to know where it's at on space, which is really important. And then vice versa, telemetry downlink, the onboard computer will send a telemetry data back to the ground station. That data has the sensor data, the health, and the position data of the CubeSat. So the ground station can do it in order for us to know what's going on with our satellite and what are the data that we're trying to receive from our sensors. And then, of course, our ground station can do tracking, communication scheduling, so that we will effectively do TLE upload to the to the CubeSat in an effective way, as well as the ground station will help us do data logging and to analyze further research data from the CubeSat.
So this is our Sonoma State ground station. Right now, we have two Yagi antennas. To your right, we have a wide beam transmitting antenna transmitting at around 435 megahertz. Then on the left, we have a narrow beam receiving antenna receiving at around 436.5 megahertz. Currently, we are reconstructing this ground station and are going to have two narrow beams instead of one narrow beam and one wide beam. The point of this is to have better gain, as well as for the satellite to see us and for us to see the satellite better because we are communicating using the radio part of the electromagnetic spectrum. And then on the right, you see the whole ground station's communications and how we do this whole process. It all starts with the Mission Operations Center, and this is a headless computer. We send a Python script called a handshake up through the software-defined radio to a transmitting Yagi antenna that then hits the satellite if it's overhead or in range at about 500 kilometers in lower Earth orbit. Then the satellite receives this handshake knowing its identity, our identity, and once it receives that, sends back a response. Once the Missions Operations Center gets that response, we then send a two-line element in the TLE, which tells the satellite where it is in orbit, as well as requests information like the health of the satellite, its hardware components, and the scientific data. Once the satellite sends that back down to us, we then parse these files, these telemetry files, and then send it to the Science Operations Center for further data analyzations. So this is a further look into our ground station box. In the image at the right, that's our headless computer at the top right, connected to some components used to control the antenna. Some of these components is the azimuth and declination to control the antenna, the blade RF, and this is our software-defined radio. And then it's connected to a transceiver that lets the SDR transmit and receive through these antennas. And then we also have a power amplifier to make up for gain and provide good gain when communicating between ground station and satellites. The image in the middle is the whole image of everything. That white box is that white box on the left, and then the blade RF is below. This is how it was like when we were testing it out. We had the receiving and transmitting antennas on it. So the whole purpose of the Missions Operations Center, or MOC, is it commands the CubeSat, it lets the CubeSat know, hey, this is you, this is your identity, this is my identity, and then tells the satellite its exact position in orbit, and then also monitors the CubeSat, making sure it's healthy, all of its components are working perfectly, to have a successful mission, as well as it requests and retrieves the data, like the health and the scientific data. So above is a zoomed-in image of the MOC, and then Science Operations Center collects the files after it has been parsed, then spreads it out, sees, okay, what works, what doesn't work, what is corrupted data, and then gets rid of that and converts it from level 0 to level 2. In the middle, we have a cloud storage that we push and pull data between all 3 of the schools, and this is very helpful just in case one of the schools' ground stations messes up and we don't get enough data or the data we wanted when the satellite is passing by. Above is how we SSH into the headless computer, because obviously there's no monitor on here, so we have a monitor there where we get into it using its IP address, all of that, then we start running space comms. Then we start with the scripts. Oh, here's the handshake, here's a 2-line element. And then here on the side is our SOC, which you see all these files. And so yeah. So this is more in depth of the 0 to 1 to 2 conversions that the science operation does. So it all starts with the 2 sensors on the satellite. So this goes back to the main point of the whole project. We have the Sherpa. The Sherpa detects suprathermal electrons. This then, well, I guess when we are receiving it, we initially receive it as voltage. And then we then convert it to current versus time, and then intensity. And then the UV PMT is similar, except at the end, it is detecting irradiance, which is energy per area per time. And obviously, it's UV photons instead of suprathermal electrons. Something I did want to point out about this is that when the electrons or the UV photons hit these detectors, they are initially this like luminosity or this irradiance and intensity. They are not voltage or current. We receive the data as voltage, but we are kind of working back in time as we are converting the data to see, okay, how are these particles at this event when they hit the detector?
So once we verified and to know the system requirements or the mission requirements of our ground station, we bought a lot of off-the-shelf components for our front-end tests. The our front-end box, as you can see in the right hand of the slides, that will be the main component for us to effectively communicate between the ground station and the CubeSat. So before we go further to the next one, we actually did a lot of testings. Actually, we have 4 phases of ground station testings. So for now, I'm going to discuss three of the testing. Then I will discuss about the link budget. For the first one, when we buy all these components, we want to make sure that these components will work as expected. So once we buy it, we test it one by one. For example, the power amplifier or the low-pass filter, we test it one by one and make sure that if we test it, it should give us a value or an output based on its specifications. So once we verified all of these components, then we move on to the hardware system bench testing. In this time, we're going to test it out in sequence. So we assemble the RF front-end box, and then we connect it to between the blade RF and the flat sat itself. So we have a visual line of communication. After that, we also added some attenuations. So we have about approximately 139 dB of attenuation so that we mimic the free space path loss so that we can calculate what are the PER and BER rates. So PER stands for packet error rate and BER stands for bit error rate. These error rates will determine if our communication is really effective or not. The ideal PER rate is 3% and below. If we attain that PR rate, we can proceed to the next further testing. If not, there's going to be a lot of tuning and a lot of amendment onto our system. So once we connected the components and do a visual line of sight communication, and we attain the PR rate, then we move on to the ground station field testing. In this kind of testing, instead of doing a visual line of sight, we deliberately will connect the RF front-end box to our antennas. So in order to test if our antennas will do its job, will simulate radio communication, and again, to check if that antenna will give us the same PER rate from the previous test. Once Actually, once we verified the ground station field testing, we moved on to the other testing, which I will discuss later. But for now, I'm going to discuss about a little bit of our link budget. So currently, our link budget is on the revision stage due to miscalculation and to further improve our power budget in order to communicate with the CubeSat effectively. So for example, the SDR beta RF, when it transmits to the CubeSat, it starts at 0 dBm, which is like 1 milliwatt of power. So we expect that so that once it added the power amplifier, we added low-pass filter, we added the antenna, we actually expected to have a minus 82 dBm before it reaches the satellite RX. On the other hand, vice versa, when the CubeSat is transmitting from itself to the ground station, we expect it to have a 30 dBm, which is about 1 watt. And after the free space path loss and all the components of the front end box and the antenna, we expect it to have a minus 78.6 dBm before the SDR beta RF. So due to the sake of time, if you have any questions about our link budget, like if you want to have like a really detailed breakdown, you are welcome to see us after the presentation. So once we verify our link budget, we will do a validation of our ground station testing, where we are actually set up a flat sat in our lab. So this particular flat sat will not be on space. So this is we use this flat sat for testing. So as you can see, we have the UHF and the onboard computer here. And we actually use existing codes, Python codes from Enduresat, and we also develop codes from us to do the parsing of the TLM files, to upload TLE to the FlatSat, download telemetry files, run the SpaceCom interface, and also do the handshake. So before we do the final testing, we make sure that all the codes, all the Python codes, all the open source software such as the gpredict will work in order to mitigate a lot of issues during the final testings. So once everything is good, then we move on to the final phase of our ground station field testing, where we will do a flight testing. So what will happen is that our flat sat itself will be on board in a Cessna 182 aircraft, and it's going to fly above 4,000 to 5,000 feet above ground level with a distance of 20 to 30 nautical miles from Sonoma State University. So we're going to do this at the final phase of the testing in order to validate if our satellite, the ground station antenna will effectively track, receive, and decode telemetry, and of course to simulate realistic path conditions, to test its interoperability, and of course, again, to validate if in that kind of condition we'll have a PR rate of 3% or better. Once it pass the PR rate, then we can move on to the real mission itself.
And we did face some challenges and solutions throughout this whole project. This is the problems we were facing. The first one is a broken power amplifier that resulted in a lot of fluctuations of transmission gain. This is obviously not good. It affects a lot of factors that are important, just like the free space path loss at around 139 dBm, or if you're closer to the horizon, around 146 dBm. And then we also had a high packet error rate. If you see the image to the right, we averaged about 17% of packet error rate when we expected 3% or lower. There were some bad days where we would have like 70% or even 100% to the point where we couldn't even run the scripts.
As well as we have hardware software issues with the blade RF itself. Actually, we found out that the blade RF is overheating. That's why it also contributes to the fluctuation of our output gain. Therefore, we added a heatsink to the blade RF. And another issue is that, as you can see on the image on the right-hand side, we are doing actually a test here to do a PR rate test. But as you can see here, we actually accidentally switch these free path space loss and then the power amplifier. It should be the power amplifier first before the attenuation. So that's the reason why we don't have enough or effective PR rate. And of course, the other problem that we had is that the wide beam antenna does not have enough gain to communicate or to transmit signal to the CubeSat. What happens is that we are transmitting in a low power, therefore the CubeSat cannot hear. In order to mitigate that issue, we're actually, on our next link budget, we're adding a preamplifier so that will amplify more gain, so that it will scream more, so that the CubeSat will hear our transmission. And if you have any questions, actually...
Yeah, we don't have time for questions, but you guys can find us existing somewhere. Thank you guys.
So much.
Thank you, Aaron and Jennifer. Unfortunately, Stan Stanko could not join us in person because of travel restrictions, so he will join us virtually.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sean Stanko. I'm an aeronautics researcher at the Naval Intermission Warfare Center Pacific in San Diego, and I will be providing a mission update for the Laser Crossing Experiment mission. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend in person this year, so this will be a recorded presentation. Starting things off, we will have a quick review of the laboratory and mission background. The Laser Crossing Experiment, or LACE for short, is a R&D tech demonstration mission. We launched 2 6U CubeSats last year aboard SpaceX's Transporter 10 on March 4th. The LACE vehicles are a multi-mission bus with many payloads. Our 2 primary payloads we will be discussing are the Skylight Optical Terminal and the Extremely Low Resource Optical Identifier, or ELROI. The Skylight is a commercially developed system, a low-swap steerable laser communication system, and the ELROI unit is a satellite tracking and identification system developed by Los Alamos National Laboratory. LACE development was led by the Naval Intermission Warfare Center Pacific, or NAWCPAC for short. NAWCPAC is a naval laboratory in San Diego with a long history. We've been in operation since the early 1940s, and development was performed by the Space and Stratospherics System Team. Space and Stratospherics is an experimental group. We like to call ourselves a cradle-to-grave space team, where we perform all operations except launch, including mission design, payload integrations, system testing, and on-orbit mission and communication operations. Our team has a fair bit of experience at this point, with over a dozen stratospheric and low Earth orbit launches. A bit about myself. I am the lead engineer and mission director for the LACE mission. My background is in aeronautics and astronautics with a master from Stanford University, and I've been working in naval space development for a little over 7 years now. Somewhat appropriately for a flight engineer, some of my big hobbies are astronomy and aviation. Pictured here is me with one of the aircraft I fly out in San Diego, and just for fun, some photographs of the Mother's Day superstorm last spring, when the aurora was visible here in San Diego, mere miles from the Mexican border. Onto the mission. LACE's primary mission was demonstration of the Skylight communication payload. Our intent was to perform a laser crossing experiment between the LACE-1 and LACE-2 vehicles. On a standard mission pass, we would see both vehicles overfly the San Diego ground station, receive mission instructions, including timing and pointing, and then later in the pass, execute a crosslink between both systems. During development, we also identified an alternate execution path, where we could perform a crosslink between laser telescopes located at San Diego and the flight vehicle. This would provide both an alternate mission and a backup in case any issues arose with either system. The Elroy experiment, which uses a very wide field of view modulated laser as an identification beacon, has a similar mission profile, although it points at Los Alamos instead of San Diego. In addition to the two LACE spacecraft, the LACE experiment also led to the development of a stratospheric mission, the Stratospheric Optical Link Demonstration, or SOLD. SOLD was envisioned initially as a stratospheric risk reduction for the LACE experiment and flew about 6 months earlier on August 30th, 2023. SOLD was able to demonstrate a steady 100 megabit per second optical uplink to the stratosphere. This was a major benefit, both as an experiment in and of itself, and as a risk reduction to the LACE experiment. This allowed us to validate the skylight in spaceflight conditions. The stratosphere is a near vacuum and very cold, as well as validated our alternate space-to-ground mission concept. As an added benefit, stratospheric missions have a high rate of recovery, and we were able to recover all flight hardware and recycle it in lab as our ground test unit for the broader LACE mission. And with that said, let's get on to the mission itself. On this slide is the timeline of major events during the LACE flight mission. As mentioned, LACE launched on March 4th, 2024 aboard SpaceX's Transporter-10 flight mission. Both systems successfully deployed, and we were able to establish communications within an hour of deployment. Both vehicles were successful with their initial launch and early operations procedures. However, we did unfortunately suffer a comms anomaly on LACE 2 about 2 weeks into the mission and were unable to recover communications with the platform. This was not mission fatal, however, as we had multiple single vehicle mission concepts which we began executing later that spring. In May and June, we performed a full demonstration of the Elroy payload, and shortly after had our first transmissions on the LACE 1 skylight in June of 2024. We began our space-to-ground link opportunities later that summer in July, and due to some regulatory approvals, had to wait until this spring to begin our ground-to-space operations. At this point in time, we are currently executing our space-to-ground crosslink experiment and expect to continue operations through the end of our mission lifecycle next month. As mentioned, we did unfortunately lose contact with the LACE 2 spacecraft on March 13th of 2024. We believe this may have been caused by a partial radio failure, as our ground station was able to detect RF energy from the LACE 2 vehicle, but not receive data. We did spend a few months trying to recover positive communications with the LACE 2 spacecraft, but ultimately decided to proceed with single vehicle operations. A critical point is that the loss of LACE 2 was not mission fatal. There were several reasons for this. The biggest one is that we had prepared for this eventuality and had single vehicle ConOps plans already in place for all mission concepts. Major things that benefited this were the existence of a laser telescope at NIWC, which would enable a space-to-ground mission, and the existence of several secondary payloads, such as Elroy, which would allow us to perform on-orbit demonstrations with only a single vehicle required. Speaking of Elroy, let's go into that mission a little deeper. Elroy, or the Extremely Low Resource Optical Identifier, is a 1/2U modulated laser identification beacon developed by the Los Alamos National Laboratory. Pictured here are the LACE 1 and LACE 2 Elroy units before integration. The square cutouts you can see on the front face are the lasers, which blink in a modulated pattern to help ground telescopes detect and identify systems on orbit. The idea of Elroy is to be a sort of, quote, license plate in space to help with tracking of CubeSats. The LACE spacecraft was the first demonstration of Elroy on orbit, with multiple successful observations of LACE 1 in June of 2024. As the first on-orbit demonstration, LACE provided critical calibration targets for the Elroy ground node, which has now performed operations successfully with multiple spacecraft. Singlet laser, on the other hand, is a low size, weight, and power, or low swap optical communication terminal developed commercially. It utilizes a fiber source 1550 nanometer communication laser and has proprietary beam steering and tracking technologies to allow a wide field of view for operations. We are currently executing the Skylight mission and expect to conclude that next month with analysis also going on through May and early June. At the moment, we are actively pursuing a data link with an optical transceiver located in Nyack Pacific, pictured on the right, and will continue operations through the end of our mission, which is currently forecast to conclude in mid-May. One other major mission deliverable for the LACE mission has been the development of NIWC's own Satellite Operations Center. This is a full-service satellite tracking, telemetry, and control, or TT&C node, which was developed for the LACE mission. The NIWC TT&C node includes a full tracking antenna with a Yagi-Uda UHF uplink and a 3-meter parabolic S-band downlink. These systems are capable of Doppler corrections and automatic mission scheduling, enabling 24/7 operations with LACE and any future missions. This has been a high capability asset, and we have been able to track and communicate with systems horizon to horizon below 1 degree above elevation. Concludes a discussion of our early mission results. We are working hard through our final weeks and months of the mission and look forward to presenting later our final deliverables. However, as we reach the twilight of our mission, we have learned many things about space operations, some of which I'd like to share with the room. The first and most important lesson we took away from LACE is the importance of system redundancy. In flight, it is always important to have a backup plan. One big thing we had was system redundancies. The LACE mission had 2 vehicles. While this was required for our primary mission concept, it also enabled us to have significant risk reduction for other missions such as Elroy. In the system design, we had several redundant capabilities. Both vehicles had very high power margins, enabling some wiggle room on systems such as attitude and laser power, and maintain alternate comm links. While that was unable to save LACE 2, it did provide invaluable in operation of LACE 1. Additionally, for us, it was critical to have backup mission concepts. If something goes wrong, we always had mitigation paths or alternate execution paths. The Space Ground alternate mission allowed us to proceed with the laser crosslink even with the untimely loss of communications with LACE 2, and the Elroy provided a way to have a major demonstration early on with a single vehicle. Additionally, the alternate execution path SOLD provided allowed us to achieve mission successes regardless of on-orbit flight performance. On that note, I'd like to call out stratospheric pretesting as an excellent part of a orbital campaign I would recommend to others. First and foremost, a stratospheric test is a great low-cost risk reduction for a LEO mission. The stratospheric environment, which is near vacuum and can see temperatures below -50 centigrade, is a very similar environment to low Earth orbit and allows you to test your systems in representative conditions before committing to a launch. This is also a shorter and cheaper process than a rocket launch, which can allow you to validate your flight hardware and mission concepts in represented environments before committing to a space flight mission. And as we saw with SOLD, stratospheric systems are usually recoverable. There is the occasional time you will hit a tree or river on the way down. Beyond being a risk reduction for your primary orbital mission, the stratosphere is also a great alternate execution path. If you are demonstrating hardware, this does provide an additional platform and environment to demonstrate your systems in, and if you have engineering or flight spares, gives you an opportunity to use those systems rather than keeping them on a shelf after the mission. Another alternate platform utilized to great success by LACE was the Iridium SATCOM network. Each LACE spacecraft was equipped with a Iridium short data burst, or SBD modem, effectively a small cell antenna that allowed the system to send text messages to and from San Diego. This enabled low bandwidth but short revisit comm rates. Each Iridium message was only 260 bytes, but we reliably saw a message about every 45 minutes from the vehicle, allowing a narrow but full uptime pipe to these systems. Iridium had some significant benefits on the LACE-1 platform, including a backup communications pathway during maintenance of our TT&C node, and near real-time notification of any flight anomalies. Additionally, Iridium was semi-mobile and allowed us to move around the lab and maintain custody of the vehicle. Moving on to some more general lessons learned. When it comes to flight system development, the most important advice we have for future programs is to test early and test often. Once you are on orbit, there are limited opportunities to fix things, so it is critical that you identify any gotchas while you're still on the ground. An area we found that was particularly critical to test was anything that involves configuration changes, be this deploying antennas or solar panels, or even just software updates to your internal state machine or attitude. These were the areas we found most likely to cause anomalies on the vehicle. It's also critical, we found, to get to know your subsystems. Be it your ADAX or your radio, it's important to know the ICDs and specific hardware to identify any likely failure modes or strange behaviors. In particular, it's important to pay attention to any prototype subsystems, particularly the payloads, which may not quite have the flight heritage behind them and are particularly important to validate. As a final note on this too, I would say make sure to talk with your vendors. They know these systems better than you and are a great resource to use to aid with debugging and testing. On orbit, we found it critical to have a concept of operations or ConOps plan in place and in writing. Key aspects of good ConOps plan were writing down procedures for all of your planned operations, any known or anticipated error modes while on orbit, as well as emergency procedures for handling those errors. We also found it important to know your constraints in advance for your various platforms. As an optical platform, LACE was particularly sensitive to precision timekeeping and weather constraints. These are things that we made sure to always monitor and have those known contingencies for in the event of something like a GPS outage or just fog in the San Diego area. Working around these systems, we also found it critical to have a flat sat. As mentioned, we recovered the sold platform, and that system now exists in the lab as a near replica of the flight vehicles, which allows us to test mission concepts, small software updates, or procedures on a near replica of the system before we upload and commit to flight. In addition to the vehicles, we also identified some fun things to know if you are proceeding with your own satellite operations center. It's important you know your site-specific challenges, be those installation and maintenance schedules with your local facilities groups, any concerns with the terrain in your area. In our case, we are located on top of a tall cliff peninsula and get some fairly heavy wind, which, as you can see, required installation of a radome around our dish. It's also good to know the weather. Is it very windy in your location? Do you require windbreaks or radomes to protect your system? Is it foggy or cloudy? Those could affect telescopes. It's important you know these, and it is important you start early. Especially with large systems like this, there can be potentially long installation times if you need to coordinate a crane, and long approval times on various laser or radio frequencies in your area and your organization. And with that, we reach the end of the mission update. LACE has been a very successful and exciting program, and we look forward to our final month of operation. Some final callouts before we end. I'd like to thank everyone on the NIC Pacific LACE team, pictured here, as well as Dr. David Palmer and the team at Los Alamos for their work with Elroy. Also make some call out to major mission partners, including the DoD Space Test Program, who helped coordinate the LACE space launch, as well as the NASA Ames and the NASA Flight Opportunities Office, who were great helps on the SOLD mission. As mentioned, great thanks to Los Alamos National Laboratory and the Air Force Research Lab, who have provided benefit and assistance with ground and flight operations. Everyone on this page, we could not have done this without you, so thank you very much. And with that, we're at the end. Unfortunately, since this is a recorded presentation, I will not be able to take any questions. But I thank you for listening, and I look forward to seeing everyone at future events in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, for that presentation. We appreciate you joining us virtually, even if you couldn't make it in person. Unfortunately, Tom Stone couldn't join us due to travel restrictions today, so we will start the break now until 3 p.m. Make sure to register for a tour of the Cal Poly CubeSat laboratory at the registration booth. Thank you all for joining us, and we will see you at 3 p.m.
Welcome back. As a reminder, only coffee and water are allowed in the main hall. You can eat in the pavilion room and watch the presentations if needed. Next up is Yuichi Nakagawa from Pale Blue Inc.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for coming today. And I'm from Pale Blue, and I'm talking about the simple and easy handling propulsion system using for water as a propellant. Okay, using water and using the CubeSat. So firstly, what we do, we are the propulsion company, and provides a water propulsion system for small sat and nanosat. And actually, we founded in 2020 as a spin-off company of the University of Tokyo. So based on Japan. Now, because we are the spin-off companies, we are based on the more than 10 years research on the electric propulsion system, and we design and build and test propulsion system all in-house. Okay, as you know, the propulsion system have a lot of the function, the orbit insertion, orbit keeping, the orbit, and the collision avoidance. But everyone knows the propulsion system can expand the mission and the possibility of the satellite, but using CubeSat is a little bit difficult because of the limitation of the resources of the CubeSat. It is a comparison of the concept of the CubeSat and the propulsion system. Okay, CubeSat, the important concept of CubeSat is a low cost, and make it simple and easy to handle, or the robust in the attitude and the orbit. Such kind of things, very important for us and of the CubeSat. But propulsion systems have generally high cost and complicated, and the handling issue is already have, and not robust in attitude or orbit. If you don't know the attitude or orbit and using the propulsion system, you cannot do anything. So not suitable for CubeSat concept is a point of the propulsion system. And it is a reason propulsion system is not use CubeSat so much. So we want to solve this problem using the water propulsion system. Okay, it is a little bit complicated, the table, but the water as a propellant and the propellant comparison of which used in the satellite generally. Okay, these include the pressurized gas and the liquid and the solid, and it also includes the chemical propulsion propellant and the electric propulsion propellant both. Okay, the red one is the pressurized gas, and the argon, nitrogen oxide, and nitrogen or xenon, or such kind of things is often used in the cold gas thruster or the register thruster, or also using for the electric propulsion. For example, could it be the ion thruster or Hall effect thruster, such kind of things. But pressurized gas is, as you know, it's very hard to use the CubeSat because of the limitation of the volume. And green 3 is the solid propellant. Okay, iodine and the indium and the PTFE is used for the propellant of the electric propulsion, Hall thruster, ion thruster, and FEEP. FEEP is the field emission electric propulsion. Such kind of things can be used for the CubeSat, but these propellant used for the FEEP or ion thruster, it is a little bit difficult to use the CubeSat because of the high power. For example, the FEEP needs the 30 watt or 40 watt. It is a little bit large for the CubeSat. But some cases, iodine thruster or the indium thruster is used for the CubeSat. And the other one is a liquid propellant. Almost all liquid propellant is used for the chemical propulsion. The chemical propulsion is a little bit hard to use the CubeSat because of the high thrust, and if your alignment of the high thrust, it can be lost of the attitude of the CubeSat. Another perspective is the safety or requirement. It is the check of hazard map, the physical hazard, the health hazard, or the environmental hazard. And okay, smaller is better for thinking about the safety requirement. Okay, xenon, water, PTFE, nitrogen, the argon is only one issue of the physical. Xenon and nitrogen and argon is a high pressure gas system, so it have the explosion hazard, and the water have a collision hazard maybe. And you can see the water is the better propellant compared with the other propellants in terms of safety. So these 2 points, the water is better propellant for the using a CubeSat, and the performance itself is a problem. Okay, I'll introduce the principle of the water resistor thruster and water ion thruster, which we developed. Okay, water resistor thruster composed of the tank and vaporization chamber and nozzle. Okay, water is stored in tank in liquid as liquid, and the injection valve is open and closing the vaporization chamber. It is to the vaporization chamber. In vaporization chamber, the liquid water is vaporized to the vapor. Then only vapor is go to the downstream. The separation system is a little bit complicated, but in our technology, we can miniaturize the system. After the vaporization, it goes to the nozzle and just eject from the nozzle and generate the thrust. It's very simple. This is the actual shape of the product of the water resistor thruster. It's the smallest one. The 90, 95, and 50, we said, but 50 is including the nozzle, so actual size of expected nozzle is a 0.4 U or 0.35 U or something like this. And the total mass is 575 gram, and the total impulse is 55 Newton second, more than 55 Newton seconds. It's small, but it is enough for the 3U CubeSat to avoid the collision or the little orbit transfer or keep orbit. And it can be worked from 6 watts. It is maybe enough for the 3U or 6U CubeSat. Yeah. And the important point of this system is a plug-and-play system. Okay, just plug to the connector, only one connector. Actually, you can see only one connector is existed and connected from here, and just commanding one command or two commands, we can simulate the thrust. It is actually the test result of the water resistor thruster. You can see how to work it. The red line is the temperature pressure of the vaporization chamber. Vaporization chamber pressure is kept from the 6 or something like this, and from the 1010 times 1010, it starts decreasing. It's the start point of the generating the thrust. And the end of the generating thrust is 1032 or something like this. Okay. And the vaporization chamber pressure is dropping, and also the chamber temperature is dropping. And the blue one is the direct thrust measurement, so the thrust is generating and stopping from the 1032 or something like this. And actually, this is the ground test result, but we also do the on-orbit test, and we compare the result of the ground test and on-orbit result, and we assure to the almost same result we get. And this is another test result of the consequential operation, and almost all is the same. Okay, the blue line is a major thrust, and the major thrust is up and down, up and down. The highest one is the maybe 6 okay, 6 millinewton or something like this. But in average, okay, totally it is 2.3 millinewton is achieved by the thruster. The status of the water-resistant thruster is shown here. The water-resistant thruster was already operated in space, as I said. Actually, the Sphere 1I, the Sony satellite, it is presented 2 years ago, maybe the SmallSat conference in Utah, so please refer the paper if you want to know. And the thruster was measured on the angular momentum of the satellite. And the PBL-10 is being operated as a technical demonstration. Actually, now we operate it in the space, and it will be reported soon. I said soon, but maybe next month or something like this. The 3 products is in lineup. I show here the 0.5U package of the PBL-10, but the PBL-20, okay, it is 1U package, and the PBL-50 is for 100 kilogram satellite. And the products were shipped to companies and universities, okay, maybe the 30 or 40 amount of the product is already shipped. Another thruster I want to show is a water ion thruster. Water ion thruster is near the 50 watt or 60 watts, so it is difficult to install the CubeSat, for example, 3U or 6U, but a little bit larger one. Or if you have a lot of wattage or in the 6U CubeSat, maybe you can use it. The principle is to the accumulator is the same. Okay, we store the liquid water in the tank, and the regulation valve is existed. And the open and close the regulation valve, we send the water to the accumulator. And the open and close the regulating valve, the accumulator keep the 3 kilopascal until maybe the 1.5 kilopascal or something like this. And keeping this the pressure of the accumulator, we send to the ion source the steady mass flow. Then we generate the water plasma using the microwave power unit and also the static magnetic field, and generating the ion beam by accelerating the plasma. Also, we have the cathode from the cathode, the electron is emitted and for neutralize the ion beam. Okay, this is the total system of the PBI water ion thruster. Okay, the size is a water ion thruster is at 98, okay, 100 to 10, so 1U plus size. And the total size is 2 kilogram, but the total impulse is 7 kilonewton. Okay, extremely large compared with the lead-stress thruster. Okay, average thrust is 0.35 millinewton. It's very small, but the wattage is the 60 watt is needed for the operation. So I said, again, a little bit large for the CubeSat, but if you have rich sources of the power, you can use it because of it's very small and the very big total impulse. It is enough total impulse to keep the orbit and the LEO or especially VLEO or something like this, and also the orbit transfer, we can use it. This is the ground test result of the water ion thruster. The thrust and the system power and the ISP. ISP is a specific impulse. Okay, total system power is the 60 watt, less than 60 watts, and the thrust is around 350, a little bit larger of this 350. And ISP, the specific impulse, is larger than 2000 or something like this. And this is a summary and the conclusion of today's introduction. Okay, PLW provides a water propulsion system for CubeSat and NAMSat, and the already propulsion system expands the possibility of CubeSat, as you know, but it's not suitable for the concept of CubeSat. And the water is a fascinating problem in the view of safety and cost and the ease of handling. And we developed the water thruster. And the water resistant thruster, okay, vaporized water is exhausted from the nozzle generator. So okay, it's that concept, but we already packed the 0.5U and the plug-and-play status. And the 0.5U, 1U, and bigger one, we have a product. And in orbit demonstration were conducted and also being conducted. And water ion thruster is the water plasma using water plasma, and it is packaged as a thruster, the 1U plus or something like this. And in orbit demonstration, this is the first to mention here. In orbit demonstration is planned in this year. Actually, this year's Q2 and Q3 we planned the on orbit demonstration. I expected to report to next year here. That's all. Thank you very much. And if you have a question, please. Okay, we ionize the water vapor using the microwave and the static magnetic field. We use the ECL heating, ECL electron cyclotron resonance heating, generating the plasma. So we don't need the electrode to generating the plasma. So it is because we can use the water as a plasma. Yes. Water molecules, the H2O plus or H3O plus is the main factor of the beam. Actually, 4 or 5 years ago, we have a paper about it. So if you want to know more, please come. I'll introduce you. Yeah. Yes? Yes.
How does that work? Like, what goes into keeping the gaseous water separated from the liquid water?
Okay. And actually, we have the gas separation systems, almost same of the legacy thruster. So the injected the valve to the vaporization chamber and vaporize the water, and water only vapor is go to the downstream. And the pressure of the before registering valve is the 3 kilopascal or 2 kilopascal or something like this. So the temperature of the gas separation system is very low, for example, 20 degrees of Celsius or something like this. And the downstream is the higher temperature, and it can be keep the vapor as a water. Okay. That's all? Okay, another.
So if you're selling this as like as a product that goes onto a CubeSat,
yes.
Do you have questions about like the thermal performance of the unit? Are there interfaces to conduct heat away from the unit as it gets hot when it fires, or is it like a short period of time when it fires where it's not really a problem? Does that come up?
Yes. Very good question. Thermal problem is one of the biggest problem if we install in the CubeSat. Actually, we designed this system to completely thermal separate from the satellite. It works, but it's impossible, as you know. And if the completely separated from the system, it can be worked maybe 1 hour or 1 hour and a half continuously, and we have to need the time of cool down. And if you somehow connected to the satellite, maybe the operation time is a bit longer, but the satellite needs the heat management system. Okay, that's the time. Sorry, that's the time. So after that, I'll go to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yuichi. Next up, we have Alexei Rakow from MMA Space presenting on deployable boom technologies for CubeSats and smallsats.
All right, thank you. Very excited to be here again. Had the pleasure of being here last year talking about our solar arrays. This time I'm going to focus on some of our recent developments in our deployable boom technology and how it's been applying to this community. Let's see here. So we're located in Broomfield, Colorado. We've been here at the CubeSat Developers Workshop for a number of years now. Over the past decade or so, we've kind of grown with the CubeSat community in many ways as a company. Started in Boulder, we just moved to Broomfield. We're about 50 employees now, and we're developing space solutions and technology spanning antennas, deorbit systems, deployable booms, and solar arrays. A lot of presentations thus far brought up swap-C, which is an interesting concept when you're a deployable space company. What we like to say is that we maximize our capability for swap-C, because if you think about a deployable system, a boom, for example, you want it to get large. So we're not always keeping the size to a minimum. We are when we're stowing in a spacecraft for launch, but otherwise we try to get big. We try to minimize weight and power and cost, of course, and we're agile. We're only 50 people, so we're able to tackle problems very rapidly. It makes life a lot of fun. So solar arrays, if you're curious, gave a talk about our heritage here, particularly as it pertains to a lot of CubeSat missions. We've been on a lot of deep space CubeSat missions, which have demonstrated quite a bit, including Marco. Will be launched on another NASA mission called Sunrise, I think in 2025 here. We have arrays spanning 35 watts up to now 1.4 kilowatts on the large end of things. We also specialize in a lot of different kinds of antennas, a lot of membrane deployable antenna technology, as I'm showing here, including just static non-deployable antenna and phased array kind of configurations. One of the things that you start to see here is these technologies are enabled by these deployable systems, structural components, the booms that you see there, those kind of strut features and the antennas on the right. I'm going to start to talk about those. We're using those in various ways to construct and deploy our antenna systems, and we have some solar array technology as well that we're developing, in addition to providing just these boom solutions. So those are some of the things that I wanted to talk to you about here. I'm almost there, but beforehand, I wanted to point out another area where we use our kind of deployable space structure boom technology. In some cases, we have deorbit systems, 1.0 and 2.0 version. We've recently revised this second version there to be even more improved with respect to swap, lower parts count, lower cost. Those systems have been used to deorbit rocket bodies and small spacecraft from low Earth orbit. So this drag sail kind of technology is pretty valuable as just a passive bolt-on device that can bring a satellite down at the end of its life. If it's, of course, small enough and at low enough orbit, it works pretty well for meeting the 5-year new FCC requirement. So some of the things that I showed there, like I mentioned, are enabled by our boom technologies, and that was what I wanted to kind of focus on in this talk, was some of our latest developments there. Most all of our booms are enabled in their design by high-strain composite solutions. So I think in this community, a lot of people are familiar with those. It's basically the concept of, like a carpenter's tape kind of deployment. In this case, we're making it out of thin composite laminate. We have a series of solutions here that include tape springs, slit tubes. Those are open cross-section kinds of booms. We have some closed cross-section and I call pseudo-closed cross-section options as well that I'll show you in a bit. But these are kind of underpinning a lot of our deployables. We make these out of various composite materials. Fiberglass is utilized in a lot of our antenna systems so that there's no conductivity or semi-conductivity to the structural pieces in the deployed system. We also have hybrid options like that gray one in the center, and then all carbon versions when we're trying to maximize stiffness to weight. So these all, just like a carpenter tape, they break over, roll up. They can be designed to be bistable, so they're stable in the coiled condition, stable in the deployed state. And we integrate those elements into what we call our tape deployer assemblies, or TDAs. So these are our mechanisms that we've developed over the years to deploy these sorts of booms. And these are various sets of those deployer mechanisms and booms from various missions, scales ranging from 1 inch and about 1 meter deployed to, I think in this image we have about 6 meter long booms at a 2.5 inch diameter in these sets as well. So what we have provided to CubeSat missions is these TDAs for deploying payloads. So this is an example of a set of a TDA and a deployer controller unit that we've delivered that was used for a magnetometer boom. So instrument gets mounted on the tip of the boom there at the tip attachment interface. We have deployer controller electronics that are a 1U footprint, about 1/10 of a U tall. And you can see the TDA when fully stowed there, we're less than 1U in volume. Overall, we're at a mass of about 0.75 kilograms with the hardware that you see there. But that's somewhat of a fundamental, if you will, package for deploying something out and getting, away from a spacecraft. We've built upon the TDA and slit tube configurations to provide more sophisticated or reinforced boom mast options. This one is for a camera system. This was flown in 2024, early 2024. Imagery came back from the Dolce mission. So this system that you see here was a camera mast consisting of 3 of those TDA slit tube deployers arranged in a circular configuration. You can see there the tip plate and deployed at 1.2 meters there in our lab. On orbit, this enabled pictures to be taken of Caltech's own deployable system. This was a technology demonstration mission that was flown by Caltech to show their system deploying. So you can kind of make out the framework for that deployable system demonstration that they did on orbit. But that was the use of this camera mast. This kind of configuration is great in many respects in terms of you have booms at 3 locations, relatively spaced far apart in terms of radio location. That gives you good bending stiffness, bending inertia, and torsional rigidity. as well. So this is kind of a nice stable configuration in that regard. We've taken this kind of configuration and miniaturized it. So this has been for a mission, CubeSat mission, another magnetometer boom that we're providing the deployable system for to CU Boulder. And so what you see here is a 1U package. So those tapes, those fiberglass tapes are partially deployed, but if you were to retract them all the way down, that unit that you see there is, it's 1U with integrated electronics that are on the base there. We've pushed up 5 pounds. We have margin against 5 pounds of axial load, as you see demonstrated there at about a half of a meter. So you can drive out a lot of wire harness, tip payload. This configuration has an open center area to it, which is pretty handy in terms of configuring things that you're mounting onto the tip of the boom when you're packaging things into spacecraft. And so we're pretty excited to have this 1U system available. So those are some of the solutions that we have going now that I would call open cross-section, albeit the mast that you saw made of 3 of the slit tubes is closed in some ways. For fully closed options, we have collapsible tubular masts. This is a technology that's been, it was around in a metal form, but as of late, there are many entities that have been pursuing these and NASA also flew these sorts of booms on the recent ACS-3 solar sail mission. The cross-section being closed, as you see there, it's very nice and rigid, a lot of torsional rigidity. Those are very challenging to fabricate, though, compared to the solutions that you saw previously, at least at just the composite level. Getting that closed cross-section with permanently joined halves requires extra steps to bond it, and alignment can be critical during those sorts of operations. So those booms are great, but they're not a cure-all for everything. They also stow into a relatively large diameter. So in some cases, we're interested in those. We have pseudo-closed cross-section booms that are based off of shearless technology, so we call that shear lips. Shearless is a technology that we've licensed from NASA that consists of 2 tape spring laminates that are put edge on edge inside of a polymer sheath, as you see there. I think that these, in the community at least, I've seen these. I think they've got some popularity, if you will. We've optimized the cross-section there such that the lip shape of those laminates, it enables better edge-on-edge contact for improved stiffness. One of the benefits of this approach, you get away from the fabrication cost complexity. You don't quite have a real permanently fixed closed cross-section, but you regain a lot of the stiffness that you would want from a closed cross-section. So those can be beneficial. Where we've used shear lips, I think I have a couple examples in here. This is a system we recently developed. It's a 5-meter tip-to-tip cross dipole deployable antenna. It's the shear lips booms that I was showing there. It might be hard to make out in the picture, but there are thin strips of copper that we've integrated into the composite in those booms, so you might be able to make that strip out, but that's the radiating element for the antenna. You can see where this is flying on a 16U spacecraft in 2025. This is a motor deployed system, so it has 2 of those booms coming out on a common hub, so a single motor, common drivetrain. They're both driven out together in unison. And some other configurations where we've used kind of building off these elements, somewhat like building blocks. This is an antenna that we've developed on a series of NASA SBIRs. It's a passive LiDAR receiving element. And the antenna, it's a membrane antenna-based technology. You can see there in a EDU on the left, the boom elements. So going north to south is a truss boom. So that truss boom is essentially what I showed there, that 1U size CubeSat, 3 tape deployer, but we've added batten frames and diagonals, that tension when it fully deploys. So it ends up being a truss architecture that's very stiff. And we have integrated into the center bay there a second deployer for a shear lips boom that goes east-west. So wiring runs up the bore of the truss boom to that center location. We have a launch restraint that releases the shear lips boom, but the shear lips boom in this configuration is passively deployed. So you can see just a series of still images here showing that passive deployment of the shear lips boom. The way we've configured it, it pops out into its full cross-section, and it's a one-piece boom, so it can react quite a bit of compression once it's fully deployed. We get that full cross-section right at the root, which is what we like. So yeah, I think that's all I had to share today, but I thank you, and I will take any questions.
Thank you. What's the restraining mechanism for the shear lips booms?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we've had, in this case, we had a, let me see. In this deployer configuration, we had a melt wire style pin puller. So that's a device that we've developed internally. It depends on our systems. We actually, so we have in-house, we have what we call melt rod. Thermal knife is what we call it as well. Thermal knife deployers, we use those on our small spacecraft. That's basically like a nichrome wire that goes over a polymer rod that you melt through. So we have systems that use just that kind of melt wire, but we built off of that to incorporate spring-loaded pins that will retract as well. So it depends on the system. Beyond that, we also do source as required. We'll source commercially off-the-shelf restraint devices. Like for our larger solar arrays, we're using commercially off-the-shelf stuff for those sorts of systems.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I would imagine one of the challenges of developing these mast systems is trying to harness from the vehicle to the end of the mast. Is there any ability to, because you're making these like fiber layups, to integrate like copper and then create kind of harnessing built into the deployable?
Yes, and I'm recalling, I think I was supposed to repeat people's question. So the question was getting wire harness out to a tip payload at the end of a boom. Have we ever tried integrating wiring into the boom itself so you don't have the separate harness? So you can do that depending on the system. I think there are some caveats that I'll point out here in a second. But I guess I just want to make clear that the system that you see here does have an integrated conductor, trace, if you want to call it that. So in this case, if you wanted to go further and keep integrating more of those copper strips into your boom, for something on the tip, you could do that. However, most all payloads that we've dealt with are requesting things like twisted shielded wiring, and there are things like that that become prohibitive to incorporate into a thin polymer boom. So in those cases, we usually will incorporate wire harness and creative ways, around the boom features to then deploy. Okay. I think I'm out of time. Yes, I am out of time. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Alexi. Please welcome Abigail Parker, Andrew Bowie, Andrew Cabral, Lev Salov, Connor Pettigrew from the U.S. Naval Academy.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Midshipman Abigail Parker. This is Andrew Cabral, Andrew Bowie, Connor Pettigrew, and Lev Salov, and we're from the United States Naval Academy to present on our Osprey VaporSat CubeSat propulsion system. Okay, just some small background on the Naval Academy Small Satellite Program. It provides midshipmen with hands-on space development experience, exposure to new technology, and experience planning and executing mission ops. It is the senior capstone design program and has a successful history of 18 previous space missions that have flown, and it is pretty much the culmination of our undergrad aero program at the Naval Academy. So this is our agenda for our presentation today. Just briefly, and then some background. Very low Earth orbit is typically defined as the 100 to 450 kilometer orbit range, kind of encompassing a large chunk of the ionosphere for reference. And there are several distinct advantages to operating in VLEO: self-cleaning orbits due to the presence of atmospheric drag, shorter communications distances, also being closer for cameras and other sensors for smaller apertures. And space in LEO is becoming increasingly congested, and so it is advantageous to start moving into VLEO in the future, and there's lots of research that has yet to be conducted in that area. Several problems, however, is that orbit lifetime, especially for a satellite the size of a CubeSat, is typically 3 to 5 days in VLEO due to the significant presence of atmospheric drag. This makes it extremely challenging to have extended missions with sizable collections of data for whatever type of research to be conducted, and it's just not feasible for academic institutions or other organizations to conduct missions in VLEO due to the exorbitant budget costs as well as power costs of conventional propulsion systems. To address these problems, our system is going to incorporate several key design features: minimal electrical power requirements, commercially available off-the-shelf materials to reduce the cost, scalable form factor depending on the type of mission several different payloads may want to ride on our platform, and then simple thermal control, all tied together for a passively operated orbit extension propulsion system. So our solution is designed to use commercially available off-the-shelf materials to make a thruster that for 1 U of tank size will extend the orbit to about 10 to 20 days. It uses a methanol propellant for its desirable chemical properties, low freezing point, non-toxic properties, and it's relatively low cost. Passive heating from the space environment is used to do thermal control and ensure that the methanol stays at optimal operating temperature for performance. And we're using an expanded polytetrafluoroethylene phase separator barrier to separate the liquid propellant from the gas chamber where the vapor is expanded through the nozzle to generate thrust.
So our mission overview, first we're going to separate the Osprey VaporSat will separate from the launch vehicle. 30 minutes after separation, a command from the Naval Academy standard bus, which contains our onboard computer and manages our power budget and link budget, will send a command to deploy the drag chute and the passive ADCS paddles. Once we have gotten a two-line element that our satellite has reached 250 kilometers in altitude, a command from the Naval Academy standard bus will then jettison the drag chute and open up the nozzles to start the thruster. And our last stage is 30 to 70 days of sustained powered flight. So our Naval Academy standard bus is 1U sized. The tank is 2U sized, and the drag chute is 1U sized for an overall form factor of 4U and a total mass of 4.4 kilograms. Something to note is that depending on how long it takes for the satellite to descend in orbit, that affects how much powered flight time, because as the satellite is descending, it's cooling down, and that decreases chamber pressure and chamber temperature, which decreases mass flow rate and thus allows the methanol to be used over a longer period of time.
I'm going to be talking about some of the design details. First off, the first element used by the Osprey VaporSat satellite is the drag chute module. This 1U module is designed to take us down from a typical orbital insertion altitude of 450 kilometers and bring us down to our designed 250 kilometer altitude. This module is added on because there's practically no orbital insertions at the altitude we need, and to specifically access those VLEO altitudes that we're trying to hit, you need some way to bring you down relatively quickly so your satellite's not just sitting there slowly dragging down over a long period of time. This deployment mechanism operates in what we like to call a jack-in-the-box configuration. This 1 meter squared, ultra-thin mylar chute is twisted up and compacted into the chamber, and then upon deployment, the 4 walls of the cube pop open and allow a small motor on the inside to power and push out essentially a tape measure on which this drag chute is attached to, allowing it to extend behind the satellite and unfurl. This graph here shows the timelines of the deorbit chute, allowing us to deorbit. With this configuration, from a predicted altitude of about 450 kilometers, it'll take us roughly 21 days to descend. What you also see in blue there is the eccentricity effect of this drag chute. Although it looks significant there, if you look at the scale on the far end, it's quite small, indicating that there's practically no effect on the eccentricity of the orbit as we descend, meaning we're going to stay in a circular orbit pretty much the whole time. Now I'm going to talk about the nozzle and deployment. So the nozzle sits on the nozzle plate. It's that bottom plate of our satellite, of the tank of the satellite. Right in the center, you can't really see it on these pictures, but there's a really tiny hole, and that's the hole where the methanol vapor is expanded out of to produce thrust. To maintain a vacuum seal before we initiate thrust, we have a 3-piece component, which includes a linear actuator, a clamp bracket, and a nozzle plug with integrated O-ring, which sits over top of the nozzle and is able to be screwed down to apply a clamping force. Upon a one-time activation command to the linear actuator, it pulls out a little sliding clamp from the clamp bracket, which is then allowed to release and is ejected using springs. The drag chute will actually be integrated with the nozzle plug, so the drag chute will be deployed at the same time using the same mechanism. To determine the effective thrust of our nozzle, we did a couple simulation methods. First, we used Sparta direct simulation Monte Carlo to model the particle flow simulation of the methanol vapor. That allowed us to get pretty precise temperature, pressure, velocity, and mass flow rate data of our nozzle. And then using that mass flow rate and velocity data, we were able to get thrust and apply that into a Simulink model, which we then propagated over the full lifetime of our mission and found that the thrust we're going to be generating will be greater than or roughly about the drag we're expecting to experience in orbit, indicating that we're going to be able to completely mitigate the effects of drag and sustain our orbit throughout our mission duration.
So I'm going to talk about the phase separator. So for the phase separator, as mentioned earlier, we will be using EPTFE layer, and it will essentially sit in between the liquid chamber and the vapor chamber. It will not allow the liquid to escape like after we open up the nozzle. So, but it will allow the methanol vapor to exit through the nozzle and propel the satellite. And the way that we're going to produce the methanol vapor is due to the ambient temperature and like of the satellite itself. And then like once we unplug the nozzle, like since there's the perfect vacuum outside of the satellite, the pressure difference will pull out the vapor that is produced in the vapor chamber. So now I'm going to talk about the tank and the tank design. So the tank was designed to be modular. We have a 1U base, and then the second part of the liquid chamber is adjustable in size, and we can change the size of the liquid tank depending on the mission requirements. We also have the EPTFE layer, like the bracket that I talked about earlier, and the nozzle plate. The nozzle plate will have a cavity in it that will be filled with the methanol vapor. And then, like I said earlier, like once we unplug the nozzle, like the vapor will escape. And we chose aluminum as the material of choice because it will burn up upon re-entry. So on your very left, you can see the tank in the vacuum chamber. We have done an extensive testing to make sure that the tank does hold the perfect vacuum, and we're using the O-rings on the flat faces of the tank to achieve the seal of the tank. And then on the very right, you can see the insides of the tank, and the O-ring is on the perimeter, and then the blue part there, that's the EPTFE layer itself. And then on the very left, that's the complete tank assembly.
All right, I'm going to talk about the attitude control system. So we'll be utilizing the drag that's present in VLEO in order to stabilize the attitude of our spacecraft in the direction of velocity by deploying 4 FR4 plastic panels at 45 degrees, similar to like a shuttlecock, and it'll stabilize the attitude similar to a shuttlecock in like a shuttlecock or a badminton game. So in order to validate our design choice, we decided to use MATLAB simulation, and with the help of hysteresis dampening rods, as well as the FR4 panels themselves, we have concluded that our spacecraft will dampen out from its roll approximately 1 hour after initialization. And the 3 different colors are roll, pitch, and yaw on the graph, showing that they all stabilize within an hour.
Next is thermal control. So the green line you see is the average temperature throughout the duration of powered flight, and that's 232 Kelvin. The minimum temperature is the red line, and that's 203 Kelvin. The freezing point of methanol is 170 Kelvin, so the entire time our minimum temperature is 16% higher than the freezing point of methanol, so we maintain liquid propellant throughout all phases of flight.
In conclusion, our design utilizes a passive backpack design for integration with multiple different potential payloads from other partners, and uses aerodynamic stabilization to control ADCS, as well as analysis conducted achieved a plus or minus 1 degree pointing accuracy with minimal damping. Orbit extension is predicted to be within 10 to 20 days for 1 U of tank size minimum at our target altitude of 250 kilometers. And our system has several benefits for potential customers to consider. No contribution to orbital debris due to the aero drag environment of VLEO and the material selection. Being closer to target, closer to the ground station, and closer to the area of research of the upper atmosphere will improve apertures for cameras, link margins, and the like. And all of this is offered at a reduced launch cost due to commercial off-the-shelf materials and in-house manufacturing at USNA. So thank you so much for your time, and we're taking any questions if you have them. Special thanks to our professor advisor, Professor Kang, for guiding us and directing us throughout this process. Questions? Yes. So we plan to launch in about a year. In terms of, we're still trying to secure launch services, but we have we're currently in the production and testing of integration for our flight hardware, so relatively soon for the typical space payload design.
Yeah, so the question was, why are we inserting at a higher altitude than the design altitude? And the reason is availability. All of the offers that we've had as we're going through Navy Satellite Evaluation and Review Boards and the DoD Satellite Evaluation and Review Board, the people who are able to offer us rides aren't actually delivering payloads to that 250-kilometer altitude. They're delivering it to much higher orbits. So there's no availability for us to achieve those initial orbits, so we have to find a way to bring it down. If there were services available to us that could deliver us to that design altitude, we'd definitely go for those and just get rid of the drag chute, potentially using extra space to add more to our tank space and increase the amount of propellant we have.
Yes, the tank can be put into orbit without the chute module. It still uses the same nozzle actuation mechanism that is integrated with the chute currently, but there are other options to just have the mechanism as a standalone without the drag chute attachment. Great question. Yes.
I can take this one as well. So the first question is, how long would a non-propelled satellite stay in these altitudes? It's very short. There's a lot of drag, and it's essentially 3 to 5 days is how long a CubeSat form factor would stay in a 250-kilometer orbit. For the tunability aspect of our propulsion system, yes, changing some of those variables, particularly the nozzle diameter, has pretty significant effects on the amount of thrust we're able to get, and therefore the duration of flight. We're not going to be able to increase our orbital size by a significant margin because we're operating at very, very low thrust. So really what it is how long can you sustain that thrust? And if you have a much higher mass flow rate, you're going to run through your propellant a lot quicker.
Okay, we have time for one more question. Yes, sir. The drag chute is the first stage of the mission. It is typically, it's going to be operated when it's in its descending phase, and then the nozzle is not operating at that point in time. So it's about an hour or 21 days after it descends to 250 kilometers, we will send up a command from our ground station at USNA to jettison the chute module, and the chute module being attached to the nozzle actuation mechanism, deploying the, starting nozzle activation will be concurrent with the jettison of the chute module, at which point in time it will just be the 2U tank and the 1U bus. Yes, sir. Oh, sorry, we don't have any more time for questions, but thank you so much for your time, and we will be around for after this presentation and the rest of the days of the conference if you have any questions.
Thank you to Abigail, Andrew, Lev, and Connor for that presentation. Next up, we have Elwood Agassi from NASA's Small Spacecraft Technology Program, presenting on small spacecraft propulsion and inspection capability demonstration.
Yay, some of NASA's here. I just wanted to thank Cal Poly for allowing me to present my information about this mission. I'm the Deputy Program Manager for the Small Spacecraft Technology Program. We're a Level 2 program office based out of NASA Ames Research Center in Mountain View. Anyway, here's the agenda for today. I'll be talking about the global increase in the use of space, also some orbital debris remediation activities that NASA is involved in, as well as, whoops, back. Well, we'll just move on. So it's kind of interesting. This conference kind of spawned this whole NASA's interest in use of space. The CubeSat, the development of CubeSat is where my colleagues at NASA started looking at this platform to do science and research for NASA. And back in 2006, when we launched GeneSat, that was really the start of what we affectionately called NASA's interest in the platform and the use in space. And since then, it's really grown and expanded. And as you can see, some of the information here, back in 1957, not a lot of dots surrounding Earth, right, in low Earth orbit. 1980, a few more. In 2000, and then 2018. So all those dots represent either spacecraft or orbital debris, and it's increasing. There are companies like our friends SpaceX with their Starlink, who are launching hundreds of spacecraft, as many as they can, so that they can utilize that to improve their communication systems. And so the large portion of the objects that are in space are actually considered space debris. And space debris is categorized as anything that our space track, the U.S. Space Force space track can measure or see in their systems that's down to about 10 centimeters in diameter. So there's a significant amount of interest in the use of space, and with that, there's a lot of debris that's up there. And one of the concerns about that is conjunctions, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. How many people are familiar with the Kessler syndrome, right? We know what that is, right? And some nations decided to see what happens when you do, crash two spacecraft into each other and the resulting debris. And so the issue that happens, as you can see in this slide, is that debris field increases and you create more debris. And so, the effect, they call it a cascading effect, because now you have more debris that can potentially make contact and cause even more conjunctions, right? And so here we see what happened up at the space station, some debris hitting the space station and the astronauts having to go out and do a spacewalk to repair that. And so there are, strikes, multiple strikes in space station, and they're talking about putting other commercial space stations up there, in these orbits and stuff. And so one of the things that NASA is looking at now is, what's going to happen and how are we going to mitigate, these potential strikes or conjunctions. So space is getting crowded. Some of the contributing factors is the increased number of countries and businesses in space. With the advent of the CubeSat, that allowed not only the major spacefaring nations like the US and Russia, but other countries and smaller countries to participate, right? And basically create citizen space. So businesses are now spawning space as a service, so communications, right? Earth observation satellites, so farmers can look at how their crops are doing and those kinds of things are up there. And then the litany of space communication companies that are using this, platform and this venue to actually start companies, right? There's lots of startups that are playing in this field. There's an increasing number of launch providers now, right? SpaceX has got their rideshare missions. We got Rocket Lab, we got Firefly, and we have all these other companies that are coming into the fold and looking at business as a space, right? It's not just research. Back in 2024, there was roughly about 258 launches, and SpaceX was responsible for about 138 of those, and then there were launches from Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, which provided the other 93. So those are like military and civilian space. These are just some of the companies that are now in the launch business, right? And you can see them. Several of them are in California, but you can see they provide services, right? They provide secondary launch opportunities from their space vehicles. And then there are other companies like Spin Launch that are trying to test out that platform. So these are the ones that you can readily identify, but there's other launch service providers from other countries. So just some information on some of the recent launch statistics, and some of this comes out from the small Space Systems Virtual Institute. That's one of our programs that's run out of the Space Technology Mission Directorate, and it's a program that that's in partnership with our Small Spacecraft Technology program. They published this report in 2024, basically highlighting the fact that in 2023 there was over 2,900 spacecraft launched, and of these 66% had a mass of over 600 kilograms. So we're talking ESPA class type of vehicles. And then 27% had a mass of 200 kilograms. So now we're back into the small spacecraft realm. And this, a substantial increase in total spacecraft that are being launched and are up there functioning. And of that, approximately 30% of all those operational spacecraft are actually CubeSats. So, these are some of the smaller companies using the CubeSat platform to do business like Spire. And then obviously there's the universities and other commercial as well as NASA programs that utilize the CubeSat platform. So one of the things that becomes interesting now is that this report comes out from the orbital debris program at JSC. And you can see some of the statistics of the spacecraft and spent rocket bodies up there. There's just a lot of stuff up there, right? And so the potential for conjunction just keeps increasing, you know, on a per launch basis kind of thing. And not everything is a spacecraft. Some are like reported rocket spent launch fairings, the fairings that are coming off the spacecraft, the launch platforms, right? And so some of those are, you know, they try to send them into the graveyard orbit, but a lot of them still exist in LEO. Okay, so that's the genesis of this project. So NASA was given a congressional mandate to start addressing, you know, the orbital debris, or what are we going to do? And what we ended up doing as part of this congressional mandate is we use a mechanism that we have with the small business SBIR program that we have in STMD. And we did a solicitation to 4 US companies to start looking at debris mitigation and also deorbit of some of the spacecraft and some of the debris that's up there. And after the solicitation was done, we awarded a contract to Surfer Space, which is located in Seattle, Washington, to start looking at this. And we created this inspection mission. And so here's, you know, more or less the overview of it. In the inspection, they're going to spend about 30 days per resident space object to gather spin rate, basically characterize the spacecraft. What condition is it in? Because I think as you start to look at trying to grab onto some of the debris, you really want to know what condition it's in, because you don't want to accidentally go and grab something and then cause more debris, right, kind of thing. So what this will do is it will not actually make contact with any debris, but it will inspect the debris or spacecraft to see whether or not, what its condition is in, and whether or not they can actually grab onto the object. So it's going to spend some time. The scheduling costs for this is NASA will put up about $15 million, and they have to come with their own funding to supplement or augment the mission in and of itself. At this point, we asked if they could be ready in 2026, and that was one of the reasons that they were awarded. So this is a quick mission. We just finished, last week we finished the mission design review for this particular mission, and so they're on the fast track. But one of the things that this company is going to do is they're going to demonstrate some of their capability and technology for this mission. So with the hope that they will be able to create and sustain a business where they do in-space assembly manufacturing, as well as look at removal of orbital debris. Excuse me. So this is the company's, this is what they build. So they're primarily a software and algorithm development company. So they have their cephalopod, which is their autonomous guidance software. And then they have autonomous navigation software called Cetacean. And Nautilus is their docking mechanism. And Manta is their articulating boom that will actually has a thruster on it so that they can maneuver up to a satellite or a space object. This is kind of their system. It's an so it's a really large spacecraft. It's about 330 kilos wet. So it's one of the largest small spacecraft that SDMD is built, or our program is built. But the key features is they're doing a lot of this, doing a lot of autonomy with this. They are going to feature some man-in-the-loop types of control, but the key benefit of this particular system is it'll fly up to an object and then start doing the safety ellipse to the object and start the inspection. The other part of this is, for this particular mission, they're going to inspect up to 3 objects. They're going to have, they're going to require a lot of delta V, and they've got better than 5,000 meters per second of delta V. So it's a very capable system so that they can maneuver in the different orbital planes and obviously orbits. The company is designed so that the service that they want to provide commercially is debris inspection, debris disposal, altitude boost if they want to basically revive a satellite, and then orbital adjustment if something has come out of their orbital regime, optimal orbital regime, they'll be able to make the adjustments with this particular system. The company in itself is actually, they do the software development, but they've contracted a company up in Mountain View to build the spacecraft. Kind of some of the specifications, like I said, 330 kilos for the spacecraft, delta V of over 5,000 meters per second, over 1,200 watts. Their thruster, it's a Saffron. So it's an EP system, electric propulsion. It's got 60 millinewtons of thrust. Service life is about 5 years. So this is really interesting for us just because, again, some of their development came out of our funded SBIR program. And the purpose of that program is to infuse the commercial community so that they can provide services and also provide some capability that NASA will use in the future to support some of their missions. And this is kind of the ConOps. So after launch, and they're slated to launch in 2026 and begin operations in 2027. So they have the launch, and they'll go through commissioning. So they'll do their LEOPS, and then they'll do an orbit transfer and start the acquisition process. And part of that is they'll do a safety ellipse up to a certain point to look at the spacecraft and do a close-in inspection. But they have to have some safety stops built in so that they don't come into contact with the spacecraft. And then once that inspection is done, then they'll move off into the next object. So like I said, our contract calls for them to do up to 3 inspections of space debris or satellites. And at this point, they haven't really picked the satellites because part of it depends upon the launch and where they can get to, whatever the LTAN is. And so then they'll be able to, about 3 months before launch, they'll be able to look at some potential targets. Just a quick kind of video, then I'll move on. So that's basically the spacecraft, and then that's the object that it's going to do the inspection. And then there are onboard sensors so that they can look at the spacecraft and assess its condition. So that's a simulation of the spacecraft, and then this is kind of their approach. So all this is going to be done in LEO. This is more or less our timeline for this. Again, the first inspection is slated to be out there in 2027. in. I've got the 1 minute sign. So I think we're going to be out of questions, but I'm going to be around. Some of NASA is here, so we'll be around if you have any questions. Thank you. Time for one question? Any questions? Yes.
So, is the goal to try to find pieces of debris that are very high value to investigate? How do you choose what is a valuable piece of debris to investigate? What is
So that remains to be determined, right? Because one, who just did the demonstration where they revived the, Northrop Grumman did a demonstration recently where they basically brought their propulsion system. The spacecraft was still working, but it was out of delta V, and so they were able to, use that system to provide the propellant and keep going. So I got the yank off the sign, but I'm happy to talk about that. Right now, it's not really, for us, it's just the demonstration portion of it. And then after that, it's kind of up to the community in general to determine what is of value to inspect or remove or keep maintaining the spacecraft. All right? Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Elwood. And I would like to present Eric Long from Robotic Systems.
Hi, thanks for being here. What I'd like to do is talk about a commercial product that we've developed, but also specifically a ConOps mission that we're in the process of preparing for in unison with Axiom Space. And one of the key focus of our development process for sustainability issues is differential drag maneuvering. So over the course of the last several years, we've been working on a device that we call the deorbit drag device, or D3, which was developed in unison with NASA and to some degree University of Florida and our team. And the deorbit drag device is designed to modulate drag. So maneuvering with drag in LEO is not a new concept. There's been quite a few different types of designs. They typically operate the same way for the most part. Usually when most of the people that I come across, they're thinking of drag manipulation or modulation in terms of drag chutes. And most of the time it's for the purpose of actually deorbiting a spacecraft rather than actually maneuvering it. We like to take a little bit of a different approach, but before jumping into that and jumping into the ConOps of our mission, just wanted to show you here. Here's a few images. You probably have seen these before. There's been quite a bit of talk about drag devices today, but here's a couple. Vestigo Aerospace has one. It's essentially a chute. And then also Millennium Space has experimented with differential drag control, MMA Space, and of course NASA has done numerous experiments in this regard. So on the left there, you can see a picture of me with this original prototype of the D3. What we did is we took a slightly different approach in the sense that we decided to use booms rather than chutes. And so the reason for this was not necessarily to create a large effective area that would be able to deorbit the spacecraft faster, whereas the chute might do that. But it was intended to also allow for some sort of maneuvering and control capability that maybe chutes wouldn't have. Also, there's an entangling feature that's concerned with larger drag chutes. So on the right-hand side there, you can see that this is a credit to Axiom Space. This is their Igor satellite. We worked in unison with them and delivered a modified D3, our latest generation. As you can see, the profile's much smaller and different. And it has 4 booms that are being tested here this is at Kirtland Air Force Base. So the booms themselves are made of austenitic steel so that we don't get induction effects that cause the spacecraft to start spinning out of control from geomagnetic cases. The total length, this is actually just partially extended. So we're using 3.7 meter booms with 4 centimeters wide, which according to all of our modeling results should allow for the type of maneuvering control that we'd like to see. So some of the solution benefits of what we're doing here. One of the big concerns was the FCC 5-year rule, and we did give a presentation to the FCC in 2013. And they were interested in the boom concept because of the fact that there was, again, that lack of concern in terms of the chutes entangling. And in addition to that, you could also retract the booms. So if there's some sort of a case where you may be getting very close to contact with another spacecraft, I mean, it's probably unlikely, but it's possible, then the booms could be retracted to avoid basically the area of the deorbit device, so that there's less likelihood of a collision event. You can, according to we've already run tests on this. Our first launch was in 2022 in July out of SpaceX mission CRS-25. And so it was launched from the ISS, and as far as the deorbiting is concerned, that part of what we call our mission or our design is complete. We feel that there's not an issue there with knowing whether or not the D3 will deorbit the spacecraft. However, what we are interested in learning is what kind of maneuvering effects we can get and what kind of data we can collect in regard to that. So at this case, as you can see here, we're looking at about a 700-kilometer cap for the deorbiting altitude. And again, it's essentially mechanical operations, so there's not an ITAR concern. And it also allows for late-stage integration, so that can be a benefit. So some of the mass properties you can see just real quick here. It's small, it's under 1 kilogram, and you can see where the moments of inertia are basically positioned. And in terms of the physics overview, without diving too deep into it, if many of you are probably already familiar with the methods that are used for drag manipulation in LEO, but essentially what we're looking at is the fact that there's enough molecular density in LEO to be able to create drag. And the higher the ballistic coefficient, then the faster you can go ahead and the more the ballistic coefficient, the larger the extent of the lifetime will be in orbit. So the D3's role here, in this case, is to, again, modulate the drag by using cross-sectional area, and ultimately not just extend them equally, but also retract and extend them in combination in unison, utilizing a software module that allows us to get the highest benefit in terms of the direction that we want to travel. So the analogy that I like to give is, think of a skydiver or someone that's in one of those squirrel suits that jumps off of a mountain, and they're moving their arms and legs, and that's controlling the direction that they're actually, the trajectory of their fall, more or less. So obviously you're not going to be able to increase altitude, but you should be able to control the direction that you're traveling in. So some of the additional benefits, in addition, you have the maneuvering and attitude control. So we're looking at also multiple missions per launch. So if you can imagine starting off at, say, let's call it 650 kilometers, you deploy and then you perform mission science at that altitude, and you lower the altitude to, say, 450 and then 300, and then you deorbit, you're actually able to perform more mission science with one launch than you would be able to normally if you don't have thrusters on the spacecraft. So that's been a huge, there's been a huge interest in that from people we've spoken with. There's also low complexity to the design, including the entanglement issues not there. And you can also increase the radar visibility because the booms can be extended. So if you're in a constellation and you want to identify one particular spacecraft, you would be able to control the booms and also to the point where you can pinpoint that spacecraft in that constellation if you have a lot of smaller satellites together. Also, you can perform a collision avoidance maneuver, and you can target re-entry over unpopulated areas. So if you were thinking like you wanted to go ahead and bring the spacecraft down over, say, the Indian Ocean instead of over a highly populated area. We have experimented and developed a software platform that allows you to do that, which goes back to what I was saying in terms of manipulating the booms separately. Also low cost compared to thruster systems. So going back to the Axient mission, we're not planning on doing this to see if we can actually deorbit the spacecraft. We feel that we've already proven that. What we want to do is we want to measure the rate of change that occurs by deploying the booms and see what kind of data analysis we can get from that. The concept here is to go ahead and be able to collect enough data to refine the system so that we can continue the development on the maneuvering side. So this is a sort of a very high level look at the ConOps. What we're going to be doing is we're launching with Axient. It was actually scheduled for next month, but it looks like it's been pushed back to August. But it's going to be launching, going to launch out of Vandenberg, but now it's launching out of Kennedy. And what we're going to do initially is, so we're going to collect the 2-line element values once we're deployed, and then we're going to extend the booms out to the maximum length initially. And part of the reason for that is also a safety factor. In case there's something that goes wrong, then the spacecraft should still be deorbiting as quickly as possible. But the concept here is to go ahead and go to the maximum extension and then start to retract. So we'll retract, and you can see item 2 to 1 meter. Again, the boom's actually 3.7 meters, but call it a third of its length. And then we're going to go ahead and collect data on that and see what sort of altitude changes are taking effect and where we're at. And then it's basically a rinse and repeat. We're going to do the same for item number 3 and then item number 4, and then keep those booms extended all the way for the final demise of the spacecraft. So through the whole process of this, though, we'll be collecting 2-line element data if everything goes well, and then we can start to make calculations based on propagation events to see if everything's matching up with what we've modeled. So just kind of a quick repeat without going into a lot of extensive detail here. So we have the pre-deployment. We're collecting the 2-line element values, do the fully charged D3 battery, stabilize orientation, do the extend and retract booms like I explained, and then once the test procedure is complete, we're going to be collecting data on that and then compare to our what our projections are in terms of the altitude adjustments. So the final demise, satellite passivation, and we'll go ahead and just make sure that there's enough power to extend everything out. And then we're going to be using the software system we talked about to see if we can get a trajectory effect on the actual reentry. And then the D3 will enter the atmosphere and do the atmospheric ballistic entry demise. And then again, we're going to test against propagation on the updated TLEs. So these are just a few numbers that we pulled up from different types of Monte Carlo simulations and some of the analysis that's been done in-house. But this is what we're looking at to fit within 5 years, just in case some of you are interested in that as far as a straight deorbit. So this is all compliant with the FCC 5-year rule. And then the mission expectations and future plans. So drag-based deorbiting, obviously, that was the initial concern of the design and how it was developed, and with the concept of meeting FCC rules and deorbiting spacecraft to avoid debris. And then the next phase is the drag-based attitude adjustment. So one of the possibilities is, in addition to maneuvering, we can also do attitude adjustments, so you may not need an ADCS, and which from a commercial standpoint makes a lot of sense if you're able to do the maneuvering and avoid having that extra cost and mass constraint. If you can avoid that without an ADCS, it's helpful, right? And then orbital change possibilities. This is where it gets kind of interesting. It's probably, we don't have enough data yet, and we're not sure what kind of eccentricity changes we can make. I think that there's a possibility of doing that just from discussions that we've had with some of our team and the engineering team. But we really won't know more until we collect the data. So that's another part of this Axient mission, is to see if there's some way we can not just lower the altitude or change slightly, do a trajectory change necessarily, but actually change the orbital eccentricity. So some of the key messages, what we're doing here is space traffic management, which is a big issue, of course. So if we can maneuver the spacecraft out of the way while we're deorbiting it, then, or even do a collision avoidance maneuver, then we have a valuable item, a subsystem on the spacecraft that doesn't need thrusters to operate that way. So for a CubeSat, which, you know, I'm sure most of you know, many of these CubeSats are deployed without any kind of thruster system or control system for maneuvering on it. This is a way to bridge that gap. And the other part is staggered constellations. So if you're doing, if you're using smaller satellites to create a constellation for, say, remote sensing or data collection, then you could also stagger the constellation just by using the D3 system. So essentially passive drag staggered constellations. And then the improved visibility is, I touched on that earlier, is by increasing the area or the visibility of each different satellite, you can essentially point one out or identify one in a larger constellation. So here's some references, some of the people that we've worked with. And Dr. Sani Omar and Dr. Bevelakwa, they were key on the program. Sani was supposed to be here, but he couldn't make it. And these are all published papers that you can find. And that's essentially it. I was hoping to leave some time for questions, so I was trying to go through this as condensed as possible. I don't know does anyone have any questions on the system? Okay, I guess not. Oh. So it's a good question. So the way that are you talking about when we're actually doing the demise and the reentry? Yeah, so what happens is that it becomes stabilized as when the booms are fully extended, when it's doing the reentry, and it sort of looks like, it operates like a dart almost from that point. So there will be a point where the booms will collapse, but prior to that, we expect to have stabilization on the way in, on the reentry. So I don't know if did that answer your question? Oh, okay. So when we're doing the final deorbit, all the booms they're fully extended out. So the only time that any of the booms are going to be individually controlled is if it's for a maneuver. But in this particular case for this mission, for the Axient mission, we're going to be executing the booms at the same time, and they're going to be extended at the same distance. But the reason for that is not so much to do an actual maneuver test, but to collect data to see how the drag is affecting the spacecraft based on the lengths of the booms. Yes. Okay, yeah, I have actually, let's see here. So I put this together in case we had time for questions on this. You can see here, these are calculations that we made. We expect, I mean, we've only done the one test out of the ISS, but based on the results that we had and what we've been able to analyze, these numbers we expect to be pretty much in range. And they've also been done with NASA DAS as part of the computation. So if you can take a look and see that we've got different altitudes on the left over here, and then the host spacecraft has different mass amounts. And you can see there's a reference there, 6U, 12U SciSat in terms of the mass. And then the number of years with and without the D3 attached to it. So we were using 5 years as a reference on you can see it toward the lower right over there, because it matches up with the FCC 5-year rule. Does that answer your question? I mean, do you see what you're looking for there? Well, you have, depending on which satellite you're looking at and which altitude. So you can see, like, for instance, if you look at 400 kilometers on the left, with the D3 attached to it on a 12U, we're at 24 kilograms, we're deorbiting in 84 days. So the 5 years is the cutoff, right? So that's where we're using that as a maximum. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Eric. Now please welcome Arya and Matteo from Johns Hopkins University.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, my name is Matteo Terodias. This is my partner, Ari Kazemnia. The audience, we have a team member, Tomasz Reagan. Today, we'll be presenting you our work on Solar Surfer, a CubeSat mission focused on demonstrating the feasibility of solar cell propulsion and the integration of multi-capability sails. So, who exactly are we? We're a team composed of students from 4 universities, University of Maryland, Olin College of Engineering, Johns Hopkins, and UC Berkeley, all focused on completing Solar Surfer.
Now, some of you may know what solar sailing is, but for those who don't, solar sailing is using the momentum of photons, reflecting them off a surface to gain thrust. So essentially, you can think of it kind of like a sailboat, where the sail is catching wind and it's generating thrust forwards. In the same way, a sail is kind of reflecting photons and generating thrust forwards. And the sail side is proportional to the thrust generated. So a bigger sail generates more thrust. However, where we're sailing in low Earth orbit, around 800 kilometers, we need to worry about we need to worry about drag because there's still some atmosphere. So we're looking to strike a balance between thrust and drag with our sail size.
So what are some of our mission goals? So as I mentioned before, we're not only trying to demonstrate the feasibility of solar sail propulsion on CubeSats, we're also trying to innovate in the deployment systems for said sails. Additionally, I also mentioned that we're trying to have multi-capability sails. In this sense, we're trying to implement high-gain antennas within those same sails. So what are our concepts of operations? During phase 1, our CubeSat will be launched into low Earth orbit alongside its launch vehicle. During phase 2, it will detumble thank you to its magnet torquers and also deploy its sail. During phase 3, it will start to raise its orbit and also collect data from the surface of the Earth. During phase 4, it will start to operate its high-gain antenna, and during phase 5, its end-of-life phase, it will either crash down to Earth or begin to drift away until we start losing communication with it. So what does deployment actually look like? So after our CubeSat is detached from its launch vehicle, it will begin detumbling thanks to its magnet torquers, and then the 4U panels on the 6U body will begin to detonate and expand, allowing our sail to deploy. Our CubeSat will also spin slightly, allowing the sail to deploy mechanically thanks to the weights on the ends. Finally, we will use neutral wires, where we'll send a current through those wires in order to make sure our sail is fully extended. So what are some operations happening on our CubeSat? On a principal level, we have 3. When our CubeSat cannot be in contact with sunlight, it will orient itself using its ADCS in order to make sure it can meet its observation targets. It will then use hyperspectral imaging in order to take pictures of those observation targets. When it is possible for the sail to come in contact with the sun, it will orient its sail toward the sun in order to continue propulsion. On a data standpoint, we downlink all data to Johns Hopkins. That means IMU data, orientation data, battery charge and health, and most importantly, the photos. We analyze this data, but we also uplink commands back up to the CubeSat. We repeat this process until its end-of-life phase where we no longer can communicate with the CubeSat.
So the sail and the camera will serve as our science operations, and you might be wondering how we're fitting a hyperspectral camera in such a small space. We're doing something where our camera has a 9-centimeter lens that is in one of the tuna cans that we're using, kind of like extra space, and essentially a video is being captured of the Earth in a low, like a very small swath, but high resolution, where a filter wheel is being spun and these photos are being stacked, starting in the UV range and ending in the near infrared.
So here are some questions we asked ourselves when we were experimenting with our sail. In terms of material, we asked ourselves, what do we want the values for our materials' reflectivity and emissivity to be? We also asked ourselves, what do we want the layer configurations for our sail to be? In terms of communication, how does folding the sail actually affect the high gain antenna's output? And so we messed around with the reflector array shapes and sizes in order to fine-tune that. And finally, how do we actually extend the sail? So this is the complete design for our CubeSat. So out of the 6 U, we decided to allocate 4 of the U to the solar sail. In reality, that's around 200 cubic centimeters because we have electrical wiring, deployment systems, detonators, and actuators within that same 4 U. 1 U of the remaining 2 U will be used for life essentials. That means the OBC, the battery packs, the ADCS, as well as the transceivers. The final 1 U will be used for the scientific instrumentation. So that means the same hyperspectral imaging sensors as well as the fiber optic cabling. As Ari has mentioned before, we have 2 additional tuna cans, 1 used for the horn extension mechanism, and the other one used to house the 9-centimeter hyperspectral imaging lens.
So let me walk you through our design of the sail. First, we began by thinking what material would be suitable to use as a sheet for the back. So we landed on either CP1 or Kapton. We eventually chose CP1, which is just colorless polyamide 1. We chose it for its optimal thermal stability, super high tensile strength, and resistance to UV radiation and atomic oxygen degradation. Next, this polyamide is coated with aluminum to make it reflective, to give it the properties that we need. And finally, a small gold layer is going to be sprayed right on top to increase its thermal reflectivity. Now, we have this sheet, but how are we going to pack such a large sail into 4U of space? Well, we're going to use 2 folds that have already been utilized by different spacecrafts, but not together. So we're using a Mirafold and a box pleat. The Mirafold is what you can see on the top. It essentially is it condenses it down into like a square. And furthermore, we use a box pleat to even condense it down further to fit into our rectangular space. And these 2 folds work together quite nicely in that when you open the panels, the box pleat wants to fly open, and when you begin spinning, the Mirafold wants to open from corners. So the sail is kind of big, as you can see, and deploying it is quite a challenge. So how are we going to deploy it? Well, as it was mentioned before, we're going to use a backbone of nitinol wires, which is a shape memory alloy. And for those of you who don't know, shape memory alloy essentially has a programmed shape, and no matter how much you deform it, twist it, bend it, fold it, no matter what, once heat or electricity is applied, it goes back to that remembered shape, which makes it the perfect material to use. We will sew this in to our sail directly, which makes it great because you can fold it in without having to worry about any complex deploy systems. And the deployment will be carried out through sending pulses of electrical current through the wires, as well as the mechanical deployment pulling them open slightly, and finally passive heating from the sun keeping everything really taut. So finally, as was mentioned, you might be wondering, where are we going to fit this high gain antenna? And fitting one in 6U is practically impossible if you don't do it on the sail. So we're using the sail, and we're using an antenna design that was really big back in the day, a reflector array, to put different patches on the sail to make it irradiate the correct radio patterns. So we're inspired by microstrip array design that most patch antennas use, which we then took into HFSS, which is a E&M like analysis software, to kind of figure out what orientation, position, size we need to create our sail, and what for like the frequency and data rate. And essentially we generate this pattern, and you can see what it looks like on the sail, with some areas being higher density, different rotations to generate the correct radiation pattern. And then we have this giant reflecting sheet, but there's nothing emitting radio waves on it. So we need to put a horn somewhere. Now, most reflector arrays use a horn that they deploy. We actually chose to keep the horn inside the CubeSat because all the waste heat from the horn could actually be used to heat the CubeSat in our cold parts of our orbit. So we actually needed to deploy a reflector, which is where we use the second tuna can. This reflector, again, is deployed through nitinol wires and allows us to do micro adjustments on the reflector to kind of make it point the correct direction and stay focused. And the reflector design allows us to fit everything into our 6U form factor, and it allows us to minimize the size of the horn because it's not trying to project radio waves over such a large space. And finally, the reflector, again, is deployed and adjusted by the nitinol network. Yeah, and that's all we have. If you guys have any questions, we're here to take them now. Oh, yeah.
So how long along like the development process are you? Is this just mission concept, or how much work have you put into this so far in terms of actual physical development?
So a lot of the components, or some of the components, are CAD'd, and we've also done some testing, especially with the folding, to see if it's even possible. So we've actually done scale models to see if we can get the compression factor we're looking for, and we have been able to so far. And we predict, as things get bigger, it will be harder to fold because you're working with way more material, but also it's easier to fold a bigger sheet as opposed to something that's about this big.
And is this a university CubeSat?
Yeah, it is.
Over there.
What kind of ADCS systems are you using to help orient while you're in orbit, orient your reduced drag configurations for facing the sun so you're getting the thrust configuration?
So the question was what ADCS systems we're using. So we're using reaction wheels in order to make those ADCS adjustments.
Yeah, and in addition, so we have magnet torquers embedded in the walls of the CubeSat. So it's just like the coils, and they're embedded in the walls that you can see folded out. So those are great for detumbling because it's not as bad. And then we use reaction wheels to do the faster pointing maneuvers.
Same.
Along with that, are there any considerations for oscillations as you're moving such a giant sail and trying to orient that? I would imagine that's going to, as you change attitudes, it's going to create pretty big oscillations. Have you guys looked into how you're going to mitigate that?
Yeah, so the question was, have we looked into minimizing oscillations while turning our sail? Yeah, and also we're not looking to turn our sail super often because the main goal here is actually propulsion. Like, we're looking to collect as much sunlight as possible, and we'll be in what we'd like to launch into is a dusk-dawn sun synchronous orbit. So the amount of downtime will be pretty low, meaning that most of the movement will be pretty slow. If we need to take pictures of the target, it's kind of negative because we won't be catching sunlight, but we should be okay.
Go ahead.
How did you determine the size of the solar sail versus like the thrust production, and also like is there any kind of like power generation that you guys use?
The question was, how do we determine the size of the solar sail? So essentially, we looked at what is the largest sail we can pack into that area, as well as obviously the drag at that height increases way faster than the thrust. So we we couldn't make it like super big. I think we're already kind of at the limit of what size we can do. Like, you know, in practice there might be a reduction, as well as power generation. I don't know if you can see on the open solar sail, but there's actually solar panels on the walls. So those will be pretty like, they'll just be like attached.
Again.
Yeah, the question was, it was essentially another how do we pick the sail question. So we won't be going lower because that will, at this size, we would crash into the Earth almost immediately. That's kind of an end of life plan because the drag force at, you know, such a large sail size we wouldn't even be able to raise orbit if we were under 600 kilometers because the drag force would immediately overpower our CubeSat. But we opted for larger because we're hoping, like, I mean, the simulations we did in SDK show that after like around 2 years, we'll have enough delta V to like kind of we'll be moving fast enough to essentially escape Earth orbit. But you know, we have to do it in practice to see if it actually will go that way.
The gentleman in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. So the microstrip, it was inspired by microstrip. However, we're not feeding anything power-wise into them because that would create a mess of like electromagnetic fields all across this gigantic area where I think we're looking to make them reflective. Yeah.
If there are no more questions, thank you for listening to us.
Thank you very much. That concludes the presentations for today. I just have a couple reminders. Our next event starts at 6 p.m. networking dinner over at Slow Brew The Rock. The address is printed in the brochure you should have gotten when you checked in. There's also an email that was sent out to everyone with a completed registration as of about noon today. If you haven't been in San Luis before, the temperature can drop very quickly when the sun goes down. So you're strongly encouraged to bring some type of outer layer that you can put on so it's more tolerable through the evening. There's a warning there. The other warning is we've had issues sometimes. San Luis is not a big area. We don't have that many Ubers. And if everyone decides to take their own Uber, it can create long waits and surge pricing. So the encouragement is if you decide to take an Uber or some type of ride share, go out together to sort of avoid that scenario. And I hope to see you all around 6 p.m. for the networking dinner, and then again tomorrow morning for our keynote at 9 a.m. Thank you.